I just want to let everybody know that I've started streaming because we have that agreement that we'll start streaming when the meeting is supposed to start, even if we're not ready.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. So are we waiting on anybody else, or are we all here? Looks like we're all here. Are we having the city attorney here today?
Did you
I
want
think
to?
so. So was that a no? I missed it.
No, did you want us to invite him?
No. I just wanted to make sure we weren't waiting for him. So I see everyone else is here, so I will go ahead and open the meeting. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to City Council goal setting session on April 3rd, 2021. I would like to call the roll. So I am Mayor Walters, and we also have Councilor Baumgardner,
Present.
Councilor Bielostowski.
Present. Good morning.
Morning. Council President Bill Rellier. Had Bill and we lost Bill. Are you still there, Bill? Looks like he may have dropped off the meeting temporarily, so we'll wait for him to sign back in. But in the meantime, we have Councilor Jones.
Present.
We have City Manager Jerry Gabrielatos.
Present.
Deputy City Manager John Williams.
Present. Good morning.
Morning. City Recorder Kathy Molesky.
Present.
Have Finance Director Lauren Breithaupt.
Present.
And we have our guests, our facilitators for our meeting. We have Jen Gray O'Connor.
Hello.
And Zachary Johnson.
Hello.
And I think we'll wait a minute to see if Councilor Rellier is able to get back into the meeting. Is somebody able to, oh, I think he's back. No? Yes, no? Kathy, do you have his phone number? Can we text him and see if he is able to sign on or in the meeting?
Yeah, of course. That one.
Councilor Bielostowski, is that Tom Brady over your right shoulder?
Yeah.
I think we should acknowledge the fact that he now plays for the Super Bowl champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm a long-suffering fan since 1978. So how dare you have a New England uniform on him in the background?
Just been on there since I was a kid. He's a winner.
Note that, yes.
So we'll wait a couple more minutes to see if Council President Rellier can get back into the meeting. Sounds like perhaps he has.
Maybe while we're waiting and checking, we could just put the agenda up and just kind of orient ourselves to what we're doing today. So it won't be new information that he might miss, but just kind of reviewing.
Okay, hold on. He's in the lobby, so we're going to let him in right now. And hopefully him in a second. And hey, there he is. Hi, Bill. Can you hear us, Bill? Okay, excellent. So he is here now. That's a great idea. I just wanted to welcome everybody to the meeting and say that we had a very, very good discussion last night about equity and how we are going to approach this goal setting through an equity lens and what that means to us as a group. And I just really want to appreciate everybody's time and attention to that. I think it's key. And I thought that was a really valuable exercise. Sometimes when we use words all the time like equity, inclusion, diversity, we don't always really pay attention to exactly how we define that. So I thought that was a good exercise to do that. So thank you. And I'm excited for today. I wanted to first acknowledge that it's been a very rough year for everyone around the globe with the pandemic, and just take a moment to pay our respects to those who've lost their lives or who are still battling illness from COVID-19, or people who are just tired and weary of living in a pandemic situation. That, coupled with the other natural disasters we've had in Clackamas County in Oregon, it's been quite a year. So I just wanted to acknowledge that as we reset and move forward with new goals for this year. And so I just want to thank everybody for being here, for being invested in this work. And I'm really looking forward to today's session. So with that, I will turn it over to Jen Gray O'Connor, who's going to lead us through today's agenda. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you for that acknowledgement. I think it is really important to center that we're all gathered here electronically because of extraordinary circumstances. And thank you all for your patience through our technology hiccups and the sort of inherent awkwardness of doing this over a video. Just to orient us to today, Zach, do you mind if we bring up the agenda slides? Awesome.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I thought we were going to do public comments first, and Bob McCarthy is in the waiting room too.
Great. Yeah, I just want to, if it's okay with you, just overview what we're going to do, and then we'll move into our first session. Does that work?
Thank you.
Okay, great. So as Kathy mentioned, we're going to start with public comment. This is the time if members of the public want to come in and speak to you or speak specifically to goal setting. This is the time to do it. Once we've heard from the public, then we'll also go to reviewing the comments that you received via survey to sort of capture some of the ideas that folks have already contributed. After that, we'll move to hearing from Westland staff, giving an update on each of their different departments and what their previous goals have been, and then sort of what they're thinking for the future as well. We will have a break at 10:30, and then we'll come back and we'll really start to dial down on the different goals that are within the set of priorities already identified by your 2008 visioning document. We'll take another break for lunch, and then we'll reconvene and have a discussion about visioning. And then we'll move into how we can articulate specific, measurable, and actionable goals within our broader framework. And then we'll wrap up looking at our, making sure that all of our goals have been through our equity lens and making sure that we have all an idea of what the next steps are going to be. So if that sounds right to everybody, then we will open it up for public comment.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but do we need to approve the agenda like we did last night?
Yeah, we can go ahead and do that now if you want before Mr. McCarthy speaks. So
I don't have any preference. I just wanted to make sure.
okay. I think last time we sort of determined that we could, but we didn't have to, but we can do it anyway just to be official. So I would accept a motion to approve the agenda.
I move to approve the agenda.
Second that.
It's been moved and approved to, it's moved and seconded to approve the agenda. Kathy, can you call the roll, please?
Councilor Baumgartner,
Aye.
Councilor Jones,
No.
Councilor Bielostowski,
Yes.
Council President Rallier,
Yes.
Mayor Walters.
Well, I didn't ask for discussion because I didn't realize that there was somebody who was going to say no. So I don't know if I can back it up to discussion now, or if Todd just wants to share quickly why he's voting no.
I certainly can do that. And it's not that I'm opposed to the agenda, folks. It's that I'm not clear on a piece of it. And to me, it's important to understand our language and what it means, so that I understand our process and what we're working towards. And I'm still not clear in my head on that piece right before lunch when it says identify priorities and then state some goals or whatever the exact language was. I'm still not clear in my head on what the difference is between a goal and a priority. And my concern is, unless I misunderstand the terms, that in some ways we might potentially put the cart before the horse, that we might be talking about detailed things we want to do before we've stayed at the 10,000 foot level to talk about big picture, our vision for the city. So that's my purpose for my no, is I want to understand what does goal mean and what does priority mean, so that I can be thinking in my head as we move into that, what's the right direction for us to go.
Okay, so would you like to have that discussion now, or would you like
That's up,
us to?
that's up to you all. Yeah.
Okay, so what I was thinking is perhaps we'll just finish the vote on the agenda, take public comment, and then begin with that discussion. Is that okay, Jen?
Yeah, I do see that Bill has a hand up, so I just want to make sure I capture
Oh,
your
thank
comments
you.
too.
Council President Relier.
Yeah, thank you. So from a historical perspective, council has developed goals, and that goal list may be a set of 10 different goals for the upcoming year. And then once that list of goals has been determined, council places a priority on those goals. So we as a group then come back and we look at those goals and we determine which ones we think have the highest priority and which one have the lowest priority. That way staff know which ones to invest in and work with us towards accomplishing as resources become available.
Thank you. Else have any comments or discussion? I'm seeing none. So I'm going to vote yes on the agenda so that we can move forward into the next piece, which is public comment. And then when we come back from public comment, we'll have Jen and Zach walk us through some of those definitions so that we're all clear. So thank you very much. Hi, Mr. McCarthy. Welcome. Thank you for being here this morning. It's nice to see you. I think you're on mute. So if you can unmute and just state your name and your city of residence, which we know anyway, but for the record, and share your comment with us. Thank you.
I think you might still be on mute.
Yeah, I think you still might be muted. Yeah, we're not hearing you. Try one more time.
Mr. McCarthy, I can see that you're not on mute anymore, but I wonder if your microphone, if there's an issue there.
Sometimes if you go to the arrow next to the mute button and go to the audio options, and there's a way to change the microphone there. So you might want to try to change the microphone.
How's that?
That's perfect.
Thank you for your wisdom. Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert McCarthy. I live at 1535 Burn Street, West Linn. Thank you for the opportunity to chat with you. It's good to see you all. Todd, it's particularly good to see you. We met a long time ago while you were a teacher in Rosemont, and I remember your wisdom as a teacher, and I'm happy you're on the council. So I'm going to speak to you as the president of the Bolton Neighborhood Association, but also as an individual, and as an individual who's probably older than all of you. So I've had the opportunity to have a lot of experience and make a lot of mistakes. And as a result of that, there may be something in what I have to say that's useful to you. As some of you know, I was and am an organization development consultant in private practice for almost 40 years. So I've been a part of many of these meetings as the facilitator. And I understand the challenges you have of coming to consensus. What I want to say to you is my perspective is both from talking to all of your department heads at one time or another, as well as listening carefully to the community when I was running for mayor, and also the members of the Bolton Neighborhood Association. So here's my take for what it's worth. In terms of the most essential goal, I think, for the medium term is to increase the city's tax base. I know this is a very hard thing to do. You've had economic development directors. Not much has come from that. But I think that's one of the essential issues that you have before you. My suggestion is to reach out and increase your collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce and the independent businesses who are not members of the chamber, and brainstorm with them and these business owners about what is possible, both given the culture of the community, the resources we have available. I think this is a medium and long-term issue that's going to become more serious. I think you probably already recognize it. I would suggest you involve folks like Andrew Mallory, who also is a candidate for mayor, who has a passion around this issue. And the Zoom meetings where you can brainstorm these kinds of things, I think would bear fruit. The second goal I would, do you want to interact now or just want me to talk?
You can go ahead, unless anybody has a question.
Okay. So the second issue I would suggest, and these are not in any priority, but aside from the first one, is to increase your city parks maintenance budget. Spent a lot of time with these folks. We have a wealth of volunteers, but the staff is overworked, and I think you're understaffed. There are dangerous trees and trails that go untended. We have lots of amenities in the city. 5 water parks, I understand, that's almost a full-time job. I would seriously consider finding some way to get resources into your city parks maintenance budget. The third, and maybe the second in priority, is to strengthen city's trust in government. And one of the ways to do that is with technology, so that when a citizen is coming and making a public comment, you can see their face and you can have some kind of personal interaction with them during this crazy climate. And even in person, when we finally get to this stage, is to take a moment and simply paraphrase what you hear from that individual, so they know they have been heard and they can walk away knowing they have been heard. And I would suggest that that becomes a part of your city ground rules, however you've characterized that. I think that's one of the most important things that you could do to build trust. And not just when folks come to the city council, but when they come to the planning commission or any other public body, that they walk away feeling, knowing that they have been heard. The fourth issue would be to change how planning and development gets done. In particular, currently, planning is associated with individual developments. So we have the example in Bolton where we have 3 developments going on, but each one is looked at individually. And so it's a piecemeal development plan, as opposed to a comprehensive, integrated planning that links engineering, public works, and planning together. As a result, your planning department and your engineering they're hamstrung because they look at a particular development not in the context of the whole, but in that individual instance. And they really would like to do more comprehensive work, and they're hamstrung. So an example would be to fund a consultant who could do a comprehensive plan for traffic and zoning and development for Bolton. And I think if you did that, you'd find your planning department, engineering, and would be really looking forward to this. Particularly your planners, I think, are frustrated by their inability to look at the whole as opposed to a piece. So a comprehensive, integrated planning that is more, that looks at the whole, which will give you opportunities, and I think it will pay dividends. And the last issue would be to keep constant pressure on the United States Postal Service. Over the 3 years that we've been working on this, they have not shown themselves to be trustworthy or forthcoming. And the only way they have acted is in response to pressure. Pressure from the congressional delegation, pressure, I think, increasingly from you. So I would just suggest strongly that you continue to use the citizens, such as the West Linn Post Office Retention Committee and others who are interested, as well as continue to put pressure through our congressional delegation. If you do, I think the U.S. Postal Service will act. Otherwise, I don't think they will. I think they have their own agenda. So those are the four, the city tax, or five, the city tax base, your parks maintenance budget, citizens trust in city government, comprehensive integrated planning, and pressure so we eventually will get our post office back in the city.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mayor.
Okay, good, because I blipped out for a minute too. I want to thank you for all of that and taking the time this morning to share that. I especially appreciate the discussion around planning and comprehensive planning. And I know that we had talked about Bolton Neighborhood Association coming to this goal setting and talking about that. We just don't have the time on the agenda today. So what I proposed to Jerry was that we do a listening session with our neighborhood associations to discuss issues just like that. So you have some more time and we can really have a back and forth. I do have a question for you though. Do you think that when we talk about rezoning in Bolton, do you think that there are any members of your neighborhood association who are particularly uncomfortable with that or don't support it, or I'm just sort of trying to glean where the temperature is on that with your neighborhood association?
We've heard no resistance to the idea of a comprehensive plan. It's been more frustration with not being able to influence the larger planning and traffic issues in Bolton as we deal with individual development. That's where the frustration has been. Individual members of the association have ideas about how it should be done, but there's no resistance that I know of to doing a comprehensive plan. I heard from, I think, planning and public works that if you can find $50,000 in some way, they can come up with a plan from consultants that would look at the whole and would bear fruit in not too long a future, and it would be good for the city. I think there are other areas that are in the same situation.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. I also would just note that we are still continue to work with the U.S. Postal Service. We're hopeful that that will be resolved sooner than later. And I'm also hopeful that President Biden is able to appoint members to the governing board of the Postal Service, and perhaps we'll have a change of leadership there that will help move this forward more quickly.
I will pass on to you that Senator Merkley's aide and I have been in touch for probably 2 years now. The suggestion from our committee is that Senator Merkley consider using individual conversations with these nominated trustees and ask them how they will help solve this ongoing problem in West Linn. So maybe there's some backdoor pressure as well.
But that's great to hear. Do any other councilors have any questions or comments for Mr. McCarthy? Council President Relier.
Hi, Bill.
Robert, yes, thank you for attending today and providing us with your recommendations for goals and priorities. One of the questions that I have for you, and I'm going to try and address two things. One is the post office, and the other is about planning and development. But heading first into the postal discussion, perhaps you could share your thoughts with us about how you feel the community would react to a private postal service process whereby we had an organization like Postal Depot come in and provide postal services in each of the major areas of the city, rather than trying to work with the U.S. Post Office, who has shown us over the last year and a half that they're really not interested in coming back to West Linn unless we serve them a golden platter and give them a piece of our property and build a structure for them and then allow them to come back and do some tenant improvements. So it seems that the post office is reaching for something that's not attainable in our community. And I have to wonder, what is the wisdom in us continuing to proceed down that approach if it hasn't gotten us anywhere, and I don't anticipate it getting us anywhere in the near future?
Let me say a couple things about that, Bill. One is there is a conflict within the United States Postal Service. If you look at their correspondence, their manager of government liaison, the manager of government liaison, has written and said there are 3 proposals they're considering. All of them are separate with the retail arm and then truck storage and distribution. There are 3 of these individual sites they're looking at. They think they're going to come to an agreement. Think back to the meeting we just had with Greg Shelton and Bill Schwartz, and they said absolutely not. We're not going to do a separate operation. That's the internal conflict there. My guess is we're going to do separate operation, and it'll happen in a reasonable time. The pushback I think you're going to get about private postal service is the frustration, at least amongst the folks in our association, of not having a post office in our city of what, 28,000 now? And the conflict between that and the jealousy and I think resentment with Lake Oswego having 3. So there is this emotional response that says, what do you mean we don't have a post office in West Linn? So I think you'll get a pushback on that. That's my best judgment.
I think this is a really important discussion, and I don't want to truncate any comments that the rest of you might have on this issue, because I do envision that it's going to come up again. But I do want to be mindful that we're about to hit 9:30, and so we'll need to pivot to some staff time. But I just want to open it up before we do, if there's any sort of last comments, either from our guests or from council members.
Well, I just also wanted to touch on the second issue real quickly while Mr. McCarthy is here. So last year in our council goal setting session, council prioritized a comprehensive review process whereby the neighborhood associations would be able to have a final review of any development proposals that take place after Public Works and Engineering and all the other groups, as well as the developer, had developed their 4 construction plans. However, that particular issue was kicked to the CCI, and the CCI has not been very active. So that item remains on our goal from last year, and perhaps we need to revisit that this year so that we understand that this is a major concern for the community at large.
Thanks for that, Bill. I would add finally that the earlier the neighborhood association get involved in a development, the better it is. And we have intentionally tried to link planning, engineering, the developer with a neighborhood association early on. So there is collaboration and understanding, and the development goes forward in a more collaborative and a quick way. So with that, I won't take any more of your time. I appreciate the time. I wish you a good meeting and good luck. Best wishes. Bye.
Thank you. Your comments are incredibly valuable. And Bill, I'm really glad that you bring forward how some of the previous goals have addressed that and where we might sort of make an intervention to better address it. So thank you for making that linkage, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jen. Bye-bye.
Okay, next on our agenda, we're going to be hearing from staff. And Jerry, I'll have you sort of facilitate that as you introduce folks. Is there any comments or any discussion you want to have before we move into staff presentations? Nope, we're good. Okay, then Jerry, I will hand it over to you, and we'll hear from staff.
Sure. I'm gonna turn it over to John. And being the deputy city manager and in charge of community development. So by all means.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us as department directors here today. We're happy to be part of this conversation. I don't think, well, I was really hoping Alyssa would go first so I could see how long we're supposed to do this and how it goes, but oh well. I will be the guinea pig this morning, and I think our goal here as directors is to convey some of the things that we think are the largest priorities in our departments that will be of interest to the community and maybe require some council time and also be taking up some of our time. But I don't think, and Jerry, you correct me if I'm wrong, or any of you, I don't think we're focusing on sort of the routine day-to-day business that occupies a lot of our time. We all know, you know that we have business ranging from processing building permits in the building department to enforcing traffic laws in the police department, checking out books at the library. I don't believe we're going to be talking much about those today, even though that occupies a tremendous amount of our time and your staff's time citywide. So just checking in on us. Is that true? Okay. All right. And that's my placeholder for all of you as a reminder that that's most of what we do, and that's most of what our city funding allows us to do. Given that, I think it is worthwhile that I go right after Mr. McCarthy, because in the Community Development Department, it seems like many of his interests are the interests that we have and that we expect your priorities to be. We're certainly not starting from zero in understanding what your priorities and the community's priorities are. And several of the things he raised are definitely on our radar. So thinking about these presentations this morning, my scope will be really in the planning department, building department, economic development department. You're going to hear separately from Lance about public works, for example, and Ken about parks. So just thinking about planning, planning's very much looking forward to being, I think there's two things that are going to sort of change how we view planning in 2021 and beyond. First of all, a lot of what we do is dependent on communication in-person communication with the community. And over the last year, it's been very challenging to run a planning program. Everything from holding land use hearings, working with neighborhoods on development applications has been really challenging in the COVID era. And doing proactive community planning projects, like where you get people in the room at the gym to talk about the waterfront project, virtually impossible. And so we are really looking forward to moving our planning program forward for two reasons. One is the end of that and being able to do in-person work again, I think will be great. And two is we are excited in the next couple of weeks to finally be back to full strength in our planning department. We have two new folks joining us in the next 2 weeks. It's been more than 2 years since we've been full strength down there. So I think you're going to be able to see a lot of planning work move forward in a way that it's been a little bit stuck for a while. Just addressing a couple of our big priorities there. Our response to House Bill 2001 and 2003, that's going to be of strong interest to the council, the planning commission, the community. We know that that's going to be a big focus. Advancing work on the waterfront project. Darren Weiss and I are really looking forward to getting that going. And we have some ideas that we'll be happy to talk to you more about and some budget proposal as well. And just sort of generally attacking the planning docket will be of real interest. And then I think the next big thing is in the world of land use applications, probably working with the community on the proposed middle school is going to be a fairly big time commitment for us. So, Jerry, should I just go through the whole thing and then, I mean, I'm almost there. So, building department really doesn't have much that isn't what I talked about in the first category. No huge new initiatives, just getting the work done and making sure that we're serving the community down there. In economic development, obviously, the last year has also been a really challenging year for our city's businesses, and I think a main focus of mine and of many of us around the staff is focusing on business recovery. I appreciate the way Mr. McCarthy described it. We have seen a really strong partnership with Historic Main Street and the Chamber of Commerce in recent weeks, months. As we're focusing on business recovery, I think the grants that the City Council approved have been a huge step forward in that and has really allowed us to build a new relationship with businesses around town. And we're looking forward to continuing that work, partnering with our business friends and moving that forward. Another big piece, I think, will be working on tax increment financing in connection with the waterfront project. The council's given us direction to move forward with that. We're excited to bring a potential revenue source for infrastructure to serve what the community wants in the whole waterfront area, and looking forward to that. Mindful of my time, a couple of other things that I'll be spending a lot of time on in partnership with many of the other directors and with you. Some of the big transportation projects, working with Lance on 205 and tolling and bringing money for Highway 43, resolving the spaghetti tangle down at the Arch Bridge area, getting a plan for that and trying to find funding to fix that area. Working on some of the big intergovernmental projects, the C800 tower and property, working with the post office to secure a site, and working on the historic city hall and other city facilities. So all of that is sort of either, in my world, is either in the economic development function or is in the sort of other function. So I think really broadly stated, those are some of the priorities that we'll be working on. Happy to discuss any of that now or let everyone else go and then move forward.
Can we ask, Jen, does it make sense for us to ask questions after each person goes, or would we rather, I mean, I think to me that makes sense. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up to any counselor that might have questions, if you could raise your hand. Are there any hands raised? I'll ask a quick question. The TIF funds, what is the timeline, do you think, on that, on having funding secured through, if we go that route with TIF funds?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And the timing of tax increment financing is a really important point. If we are, as a community, interested in creating this district, you want to do it before development starts happening, because the whole way it works is by capturing money from new development. And so I think it'll probably take, I would say, about six to 8 months to do everything that's required to bring this decision before the council. But it's tremendously intensive work with the community to make sure they understand it, to get their input, to see if it's the right thing for us. We are hoping, following the council's recent direction, to get a economic consultant on board to lead that work, the financial analysis and the community outreach part of it. But I think we're looking sometime in the next budget year to be able to get that in place. And then the revenue part is takes a long time, but getting it in place and started is the way to go.
And I just have a quick follow-up, then I'll open it up to other people. But can some of that funding, can we use that for the historic city hall or no?
It can be used. Urban renewal tax increment finance funds go to bricks and mortar projects, and so you do have to use it for things that are capital. You could do it for that. I think the question would be how, to what extent. I think it has to serve the function of the district. So if it's assisting in revitalization and the economic development function of the district, it's certainly a piece of the toolkit.
Thank you. Council President Relier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Williams, I think you heard the discussion between myself and Mr. McCarthy regarding the land use planning process and more citizen involvement after the engineering and public works department have had an opportunity to review those development proposals. And after they've been initially submitted to the neighborhood association, coming back for a second round of reviews, so we know what the comprehensive approach to the particular development is going to look like. So with all the constraints that we have with timelines associated with development applications, what is it going to take, or what can we do as a city department, if you will, or a group to help facilitate that vision that the community is asking for?
Thank you, Council President Relier, for that. I agreed with your answer earlier about sort of where things stood. We were waiting. We are hoping to have more discussion with the CCI about how that process should work. And I think your description of being bound to some extent by the state mandated timelines for reviewing developments has always been the big challenge of that sort of multiple hits with a neighborhood association on an application when it comes in. We're required by the state to produce a final answer within a set period of time, which is only 4 months. It's not very long. And I think in an ideal world, really the better way to do this would be to ensure that the neighborhoods do have that there's a better understanding and a better set of agreements about what the picture is going to look like in individual places, so that when things come in, they are not as controversial or not as difficult. The challenge in that, and I appreciate Mr. McCarthy's comments about Bolton, pretty much everywhere around town wants that. And so the thing would be, how do we allocate resources to do that kind of sub-area, revisiting a sub-area plan in every place around town that has an interest in it? But I think ideally that is the way to go. What everybody would want, in the planning world, what you want is agreement on the plan, and then the implementation of it is much easier. It's when you have disagreement about the plan that things get hard and get solved in the wrong venue, if I may. So we can definitely improve the way we do things in the timeline, but really what we want is agreement with our community about where we're headed. I don't know if that helps answer the question.
Mary, I see you have a hand up as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly say that we need to do whatever we can to engage the community in the tolling conversation and not leave it up to ODOT to have open houses and surveys and talk about making tolling equitable, because the nature of tolling is that it isn't. Thank you.
Great. Do we have other questions before we move to our next department head? Rory.
I just had a quick question for John in the economic development lens. I've heard a lot from the community and my own interest in the potential of rezoning 43, kind of to maybe a mixed use or something of that sort. And I was just wondering what your thoughts were from your professional opinion on whether that's something worth exploring.
I thank you, Rory, Councilor Bielostowski, for that question. Yes, I love that project personally. I think that's a top priority. Unfortunately, it's right now it stands just under our ability to get it done, we think, in the immediate future. We applied for grants from the state to do it. We did not receive those, and so we're kind of stuck. I think particularly with our Highway 43 reconstruction plans, the mixed use, the multimodal project there to increase pedestrian safety, transit access, all of that, the natural complement to that would be a plan for what the surrounding land uses are and where we're going to focus our efforts and how we can make that corridor into something that the community is proud of. You know, every time a development comes in or there's an empty property sitting there, I feel a little bit of frustration that we don't have a plan in place for Highway 43 that's modern and future focused. We would love to get to that. And I think given the transportation priority, it's a natural fit.
Okay, excellent. I feel like we could keep going with this discussion, but I know we have a lot of folks who are coming to speak with us. So if we don't have any other questions, oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Walters, you have your hand up.
I'll just be quick. What type of funding were you looking for through the grants to do that rezoning work? How much?
I think it's in the realm of about $100,000 that would be needed to get that project going and moving and hiring the consultants to do the design work and the public outreach. That would certainly be a big leg up for us.
Okay, thank you.
Great question. John, do you want to pass it off to the next our next presenter?
I'll interject if you don't mind. I'd like for Lance in Public Works to go next, given that he works with John, and then Ken Warner, who also works with John. And I just sent the department heads a proposed order and also sent it to you and Zach, Jen. So.
Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can all hear me. Lance Calvert, I'm the Public Works Director and City Engineer, if you don't know. So for the upcoming year in this goal setting session, I would say Public Works has really and almost always has these same two core items at the heart of our mission, and that is delivering core utility services and capital projects. Certainly COVID is a challenge in both of those regards, and all the natural disasters. I think we've had more natural disasters in the last year than maybe the last lifetime, I think, of issues that might have hit West Linn. So we're still recovering from that, but we will get there. I look forward to the next year and maybe seeing a little bit of a return to normalcy over this next calendar year. So I think those are our two main items in Public Works. And in the interest of your time and knowing all the other department heads here and trying to keep you all on schedule, I sort of end it there and say that I'm happy to, answer any questions you might have regarding or Public Works functions.
Yeah, Rory.
Thank you. Hi, Lance. I was just wondering, I've heard a lot about the need for a new public works facility over on Norfolk. And I was just wondering what you thought the ballpark cost of that would be going forward in the next few years if we were to explore that.
Sure. So We are actively engaged in finding a spot for public works operations. As you know, right now we're off in Norfolk and really tightly sandwiched into an existing single-family residential neighborhood surrounded by single-family homes. Our yard space is smaller than any in the Portland metro area, half the size of Gladstone's facility. So for scale. So in that regard, we have been working actively over the last year plus with ODOT to try and acquire the property along I-205. And we continue to work in that regard. I think we have agreement with ODOT on that acquisition. And so we would be looking to council in the next year to allocate funds for that and start that planning process. As far as scale of cost of a new facility, I would say you're probably looking in the $10 million range for something of that scale that would be serving the long-term needs of the community. And of course, the thing to remember in public works is wholly funded by utilities. No general fund tax revenue comes to public works. The only tax revenue that really comes to public works is our motor fuel tax revenue, the state shared allocation. So that I'm assuming would be financed over, an extended period of time. And I think it's a very doable project for us. It's just really the hard part is finding a space big enough to handle the needs of the Public Works Department for the next 30 plus years of the community.
Excellent. I see, Bill, you also have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Director Calvert, for your participation here today. Since we're in a goal setting session, I'd like to propose that we set a goal of having greater engagement with the community. And what I mean by that is working with the city manager's office to publish more information on our social media sites about things like the proposed pedestrian and bicycle bridge crossing over into Oregon City. I've seen a lot of comments recently where people who seem to be seeing these documents for the very first time are thinking along the lines of, well, what is that traffic circle thing that's adjacent to the Arch Bridge? And we hear that the Arch Bridge is going to be shut down and it's going to become the pedestrian and bicycle bridge. So it appears to me that at least in terms of social media, we have a large segment of our community that's not engaged with the normal processes that we use for publishing information. And so I'd ask that as part of our goal for the next coming year or two, that we take a look at our public relations processes and our engagement plan with the community and try and expand that so that we're reaching more people.
Thank you for that, Councilor Relia. Yes, actually in our budget meetings, I've had that very similar conversations with Jerry and John about modern media and how we engage in the public and what we can do to improve that. So I think that's definitely we are in the same mindset there.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a great goal. Does anyone else have any comments? I'm really mindful we have a lot of presentations and I want to make sure that we're moving along, but I don't want to truncate again this discussion. Any last comments? Okay, thank you very much for that. And this will be a fluid process. We'll re-engage staff with the goals as you develop them. But I think next we're going to move to Park and Rec. Is that our next department? Okay, great.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Ken Warner, Parks and Rec Director. And I also handle our building facility budget for all city facilities. So I'll try and keep with Lance and go through this rapidly. Unique challenges going forward for us are COVID-19, having all city facilities ready to open and operate when that comes about, reopening park facilities, amenities that some have been closed for a year, recreation event programming that we will monitor guidelines on a daily basis as they change. The Adult Community Center doesn't have a reopening. We are still recovering from ice recovery, tree damage, anticipate that to go on for a couple more months. Some of the challenges we have is our recreation staff, over 50% of them don't know what normal means. They were hired during the COVID era or right before. We're dealing with a park maintenance staff that's very small. We're trying to balance new efficiencies with our highly skilled staff and contracting to get everything done. We will be working on some technology issues for inspections, and would like to get tree removal permits and street trees onto computerized. Some of the great opportunities we obviously have a GO bond. We have park projects. We're going to look at initiating some of the larger processes hopefully this year. We'll have a greenway trail, the riverfront, non-motorized boat access, those that came up very high in our surveys. We also have the GO bond facilities projects, and with council direction, we want to move those major projects forward this year. Something else we'll start to initiate from Metro 2019 bond measure. There's a local share component, which for the city of West Linn is about $1.4 million. Metro has just issued in about the last 2 weeks their local share handbook that I haven't completely reviewed, but they have criteria that will need to be met to spend that local share. Items that I think council may see in the next 3 to 4 months in fiscal year. Storm debris, we have a very large pile in 2 of our parks that we're starting to get a little phone calls on. Some of it smell, some of it I think anticipate wildfire issues, some of those things. Street tree replacement process, financial aspects, and all those concerns going forward. At some point, we've removed 1,600 street trees as a city. Glyphosates and utilization in parks and city-owned property is probably going to come to you again. And I'll leave it at that and answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Do we have questions? Okay, if there are no questions at this time, and again, we can always come back with questions as you develop the goals, we will then move to our finance director. And thank you very much, Ken.
Good morning. Obviously, one of the biggest things in finance this year is our biennial budget. We've been working hard on that over the last few months, and hopefully we'll have everything to go to the budget committee in the next few weeks, which will be going on in May. Figuring out CARES Act funding and the new $5.4 million that we have from the ARP, and figuring out how to track that all and make sure that we're spending it in compliance with the grant rules is probably one of the bigger challenges coming up. It's really wonderful to get 5.4 million, but we just want to make sure that we're using it in accordance with the laws and using it to the best use of the city. Ongoing tracking of GO bond funding, the GO bond 2018. There's some information coming to council on Monday from Ken and John, and I believe maybe Lance too. But just continuing to track that, making sure we're in compliance with our private versus public rules there. Beginning to track the transient lodging new ordinance that we put in, figuring out how to collect on that. Working with a couple other departments on updating their SDCs, and obviously always ongoing updating their fees and charges. And supporting John's department in the tax increment financing when that comes up. That's going to be a big deal for finance also. Obviously always continuing to do our financial reports and everything like that, but that's more of the day-to-day work. But the biggest things this year, I think, are going to be the budget and those ongoing tracking. So I'm free to answer any questions on that, if there are any.
Great, thank you. I see Todd's hand is up.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Lauren, and it's good to see you. In terms of the CARES funding, 3 questions. When When will we know the conditions or stipulations on its use? When might that money actually be available? And if we're certain the money's coming, is there a way for us to spend money before that particular money is actually in our hands?
Great question. So I believe what you're talking about is the ARP money, actually, the 5.4 million, the CARES Act funding. We already received, or we received our allocation of about 850,000, and we've been spending that over the last year and a half here, or last year, I guess. And
yes, the American Recovery money. Thank you.
The American Recovery money is, I believe that and John, I see John came back here, so he knows a lot about this also. I believe that our allocation is set at the 5.4 million. We're fairly certain that we're going to get our first allocation in June or around June. But we haven't, I don't believe we've heard what that percentage of that allocation is. Do you know, John?
I think they've talked about it being just two halves, one in June and one in early 2022.
Right. We have some general guidelines on what the money can be spent for, or spent on, but we don't have exact details yet. And it hasn't been clear to me if we're already allowed to start spending it, or if we have to wait till we get it in June. The grant requirements are very vague at this point. And so we don't really know a lot of the details about that, but I think that's going to be a huge discussion in our budget conversations. We will likely be just putting the money into the budget and having an expenditure, an offsetting expenditure for those funding items. And then I think it will be a further discussion of council of how we want to go forward spending those. Obviously, there's going to be ongoing CARES Act, ongoing items to help support the city, like face masks and shields and things of that nature that CARES Act might not necessarily cover because we're running out of that funding source. So that might be a great use of those funds, but there's also a broader scope that we're allowed to use these funds on. For example, we're allowed to use them on infrastructure, water infrastructure, broadband, and some other items that are a little bit broader in scope than the CARES Act funding was. John, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, no, only to say that the Treasury Department is developing rules like they did with the CARES Act, which takes the 5 bullet pointed lines that Congress approves and turns it into 50 pages of rules in fine print. And we're probably, except for the most obvious things, we're probably smart if we wait for that guidance to come out to make sure expenditures are eligible, especially anything large.
Exactly. And at that point, we'll start working with council, obviously, and also with our auditors to make sure that everything that we're spending on is in compliance with those.
Excellent. Excuse me, do we have other questions? Okay, that was a great update. Thank you very much. Next, I think we're going to hear from our HR department.
Good morning. I'm Alyssa Preston. I'm HR director for the city. And I just want to share with you a few things that we know we have coming up over the next 2 years, but specifically more in the next year. As you may well know, HR supports the city in meeting its goals through its most valuable resource, which is our employees. We have an average of 145 employees per year. Our FTE count's not that high, but we do have several seasonals and part-time employees. And so HR is a centralized personal service for all departments in the city. Also, as you are very well aware, this last year has presented several challenges and crises, which we are continuing to try to recover from. The last 14 months has been particularly difficult for our citizens, but also for our staff. And so the goals that I'm going to be sharing with you today are about how we can support our staff. Our first one will be around the pandemic and safely returning our employees to work with guidance from the Oregon Health Authority, OSHA, CDC, and so forth. But we really need to balance the service to the community and also the safety to our employees. One of the other goals that we have for the very near future is hiring a new police chief. We just recently wrapped up an RFP for a recruiter. We did have a committee that reviewed all those RFPs that consisted of the city manager, the mayor, the Lake Oswego police chief, and then also the local chapter president, I believe of Nicole, Derek Peterson, who helped us review all of those recruiters' proposals, and we're working on getting a contract for that recruiter and starting the police chief recruitment as soon as possible. So that will be another big goal for the city. And I know that the council will have a lot of involvement in helping us through that. Also with our police department, we are working through union negotiations with the CCPOA and police reform. And we are looking to have a collaborative approach between the staff and the council. And there's going to be there already has been, but there will continue to be a lot of involvement with the community and listening to the community and what the concerns are, and trying to incorporate those in with negotiations. And as well as the council knows, but just for the public's sake, there are going to be a couple of listening sessions here in the next 2 weeks on the 7th and 14th for the community to share feedback directly to the council about what they're looking for. We've also had a task force that has been making recommendations to the council about reform with the police. And so we're working on all of that while negotiating a new contract with our union. Next is we've had a DEI audit, and so we're looking forward to the DEI auditor's recommendations and how we can incorporate those into the HR side of things. There are a lot of recommendations, both internal and external, but for human resources, it's going to be looking forward to their recommendations on how we can improve our DEI programs and policies with regards to internal recruitment, hiring, retention, and so forth. So that'll be a big goal for the Human Resources Department. We also all know that we're going into budget season, and so I'm going to be a huge advocate for going into this budget season without reductions to staff. We have had continuous reductions budget year over budget year, and we cannot withstand it anymore. It's to the point where we have done attrition programs. We've done several things where we have not filled positions. And so I would be a huge advocate for not meeting our budget goals by reduction in staff, and in fact, finding ways that we can actually get some of our positions back to be able to continue to provide the services that we do provide to the citizens. So that's all in the next year. And just as a heads up, when we're talking about budget that we're working on right now, in probably less than a year, we will also be starting on negotiations with our general unit, which is AFSCME, and that is approximately 60 of our other employees. So we'll be piggybacking bargaining, and the council will be heavily involved in that in less than a year, in about 11 months. So beginning of 22. So with that, I will open it up if you have any questions.
Okay, if we don't have any immediate questions, why don't we move on to our IT department director? And thank you very much. That's really helpful.
Good morning, council and colleagues. I'd like to take a few minutes and share with you the goals I've got for calendar 21, some goals for calendar 22, and possibly some things that might come across the council's docket in calendar 21. These items, as Jerry and John kind of expressed, are more aspirational and less than general operational for me and my team. I've got some exciting things that we're looking at doing, and I'm kind of glad to be able to share them with this team this morning. And hope that the budget committee and the council approve kind of my budget plan that will make many of these a reality. For calendar 2021, we obviously need to complete really adjusting the IT infrastructure to support an ongoing hybrid work environment post-pandemic. You know, a couple of things that kind of fall under that are finalizing an updated telework policy with human resources for city staff that want to continue a hybrid environment post-pandemic. We need to right-size computer resources that we've issued out to telestaff workers. That way we can get our computer support numbers down to make my team more effective and efficient. We need to prepare for hybrid public meetings. Potentially Oregon statute may change requiring those, or if the selected body decides that post-pandemic they want to have hybrid meetings for the population here, we want to be prepared to do that. And another thing to support the hybrid environment is a rollout of an enterprise password management software that would allow staff to securely access resources in the office, out of the office, and really improve our password hygiene throughout the organization. One of the other goals in 2021 is assisting finance and public works with the completion and rollout of the new right-of-way licensing program. I think you might have heard that Lance is actively working on a new right-of-way municipal code for the council to review and potentially adopt. Following that, though, I need to work with finance on the creation of a licensing software program that will allow right-of-way users to sign up, request licenses, and then we can use that information to track their right-of-way use, make sure that we're auditing their payments for right-of-way use, and enforce any issues in the right-of-way that are not compliant with our rules and regulations. A third project that's kind of an exciting one for not only myself but my team is we're going to be starting phase 1 of operationalizing the city's IT infrastructure. I like to call that as moving us off premise. In order to do that, we have to accomplish a few things. We need to update our Microsoft licensing agreement to support starting a tenancy in Azure, which is a hosted server platform, as well as Office 365 mail and other products. To support that, we also need to procure and implement a secure tunnel between our dark fiber network and the Microsoft Azure cloud. And once all that is in place, my department is part of kind of getting their feet wet in this this new way of operating. Is we're going to start migrating a few of the IT department management platforms to the cloud. That way, the items that we're kind of cutting our teeth on don't impact ongoing or regular operations until we feel comfortable we've kind of adopted the design, the training, and feel good about it. A fourth kind of aspirational is continuing to support departments in process improvement. You know, Ken pointed out that he wants to greatly improve his tree permitting process, and that's something that we've been working with him closely on. You know, finding the right software, and then we'll assist him in the development and rollout of that software to his team. And then, of course, throughout the organization, we have the opportunity to always work with all of our other departments in improving not only their process, but their processes within software. See if we can make the software more supportable, more efficient, and effective for those departments. So, you know, that's an area that I really see the evolution of IT in this organization going as we move resources off premise to the cloud, where other contractors are taking care of those resources. My team then can shift focus and start working with our departments to help them improve how their operations run from a technology standpoint, obviously. Goals in calendar 2022, these are going to be a little more fuzzy just because, you know, we've got to get through some things in 2021, but we want to continue the process of integrating our city infrastructure with more Google Cloud services. As an example, Chrome browser integration with our, you know, within our city computers, YouTube channel integration, which will give more of our departments the ability to move more content to the cloud for public consumption. We're also experimenting with Chromebooks and integrating Chromebooks with you know, our city operations as well for lenders or even telecommuting or telework type equipment. We'll be starting phase 2 of operationalizing the city's IT infrastructure. Some things that we'll probably complete in that are migration of the rest of any IT management platforms to the cloud. And then we're going to get started on migrating our line of business applications. Line of business applications are areas where our departments do most of their transactional work and kind of jumping on what Alyssa said, over the past, I guess, 8 to 10 years, as we've reduced headcount to make budget, most departments have started to shift manual work or people work to software and automation work. And, in order to continue that move to help our staff do more with less, we need to make sure as we move those software applications to the cloud, we're also taking the opportunity to train staff and help them improve their use and efficiency in those softwares as well. Items that might come across the council's docket in 2021 that I will need this team's support on is we're going to be making some changes or requesting some changes to the municipal code on our alarm ordinance and fee structure. Our current alarm ordinance program was insourced for the longest time. We took the first step in outsourcing it, I think about 1.5 years ago, and hired a firm to start managing that program, sort of a hybrid design where a member of our police records team co-manages that program with an outsourced vendor. We found that to be quite a good decision. We are actively looking at some other vendors who do a little better job of managing an outsourced program, but they've reported that our municipal code really needs to be modernized in order for us to maximize, improvements in that program. So I'm working with the police department and Jordan Ramus to actually take a look at our existing code and make some meaningful changes to it. So we hope to be bringing that to this team sometime in 2021 to review and approve. In 2021, I probably will be bringing across your desk improvements to our physical security system. Our badge system, our access control system, is about 9-10 years old at this point. And in order for us to move to a cloud-based software management system, we do have to make some improvements to the hardware on premise, modernize and improve that. So that does have a little bit of a price tag to it, but that is something I'll be involving this team in as necessary. And then the final item that will come across Council's desk in 2021 is renewing our Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. So in order for us to continue or start the operationalization of our IT infrastructure, is that we need to get our Microsoft licensing in order so that it's we're not overpaying and we're right-sizing what we need. So in order to do that, I'm pretty sure that we'll need to renew our 3-year agreement towards the end of the fiscal 2021. And that will involve this team kind of reviewing what we're doing and approving the spend on that. So I'd like to open up the floor to questions on anything you've heard, or if there's something that we've talked about off topic that we'd be happy to speak to. I'd like to do that now.
And I just want to constrain our time just a little bit. Let's do just real quick questions if we have any. If not, I'm conscious of our time, and so I'm curious, Jerry, can we have admin go after our break?
That's fine.
Okay, great. So then we have 2 more departments that we'll be hearing from, library and then police. And so if we can just move to our library.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about the library. We're facing, as you know, as our being one of the most, if not the most outward facing department to our community. We've had some challenges with COVID, and we've tried to remain relevant from March 15th of last year to the present time, including going completely almost all virtual and including curbside service. As I've sent to you in the past, we were able to, during our curbside period of time, process and get to 20,000 different people and families, materials that they ask for in I think in a fairly efficient way. Now we are open for people can come in and get their books, and we hope to expand services as the risks levels continue to hopefully go down. They may go up for a little while, but hopefully go down as more people are vaccinated. Staff's been really willing and open to doing all that we can to stay connected to our library, to our community, to have the library committed to our community. And I think that shows in many ways, not just in the curbside service, but the over 400 programs that we were able to produce during this pandemic, which have been produced in-house by our staff using virtual programming and social media to reach out to our communities, to offer story time, community story time, which many of you participated in and other events like trivia night and cook author talks and various other programs, Take and Make STEM programs. We continue to work directly with the school district to try to help them with their needs as well as we can partner with them. Our ongoing needs is really going to be going forward, how do we continue to create virtual programming and in-house programming as we come out of COVID and continue to maintain a high level of connection. This is very apparent from an equitable standpoint. Our digital divide is fairly small in West Linn, but yet still there. And the opportunities are more available when we can provide really critical and important programming for people who cannot make it into the library even after COVID. So that's going to be one of our challenges. Another challenge that comes up from the American Act that just passed was that they asked for in libraries is creating more technology and equity in our communities. And we have some ideas and plans for that hopefully that some resources can be used, working with Shane and some others about that going forward. Essentially a 21st century mobile technology lab, which has been identified as something that funding is looking to do. So again, creating more digital content and balancing that with in-person contact as we expand. We really appreciate the support of the community. We seem to have met most of the needs as best we could, and we're always looking to do better.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay, so I want to move on because we have our final department head for this section, and then we'll pick back up after the break with admin. We have our police department.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm Peter Mahuna. As I go through my list of staff, excuse me, I want to relate them back to our police department values, which are service, transparency, accountability, integrity, and respect. So the first one obviously is service. On April 12th, the city of Lake Oswego will be hiring their BHU position. That'll be a collaborative effort and funding between the city of West Linn and the city of Lake Oswego to share this mental health provider. So that MOU will be coming in front of council once it's drafted, of course. That'll allow us to deploy mental health resources into the community instead of police. And so I think the nation has spoken loudly. I think our community has spoken loudly, and that's what they want. And so that's our goal there. As it goes towards transparency, we are looking at, obviously, we have this police oversight committee person, ombudsman, whatever that final process looks like. The police department recognizes the need for that we are supportive of it, and we will work collaboratively with whatever structure ultimately lands in that role. A lot of that is based upon legislative results and bargaining, but I think we can work through all those things. As part of our accountability and transparency piece, we're working with the Department of Justice through the Collaborative Reform Initiative through their Technical Assistance Center called CRITAC. We're going to reach out and ask for help with our de-escalation training, management and supervision training. And if I can't get a local service to do us for crisis intervention training, to have them provide that also. Crisis intervention training is a 40-hour course that was only offered through Clackamas County for us, and they didn't do it during COVID. And so we're really lagging behind on that, and I would like to do a big push to get a whole bunch of us done all at once. And that's going to take some money to do it, but it's part of the training plan. As I move on to training plan, to increase transparency, Councilor Baumgartner suggested this at our last meeting, was to put our training plan online. I can't see a bad reason to not do that. So we are crafting our training plan for 2 years and putting all the necessary, all the required training from the states, as well as all of our optional training. And we'll also be able to indicate whether the training was mandated for everybody or if it was a one-off kind of a deal. And of course, the next part is the community engagement. That part was I don't think it was totally lacking, but it was lacking. And so we created, right after the Michael Fester fallout, we created the youth and police lunches, actually in collaboration with Mike, where we have officers meet with youth and just have lunch and have conversation and exposure. Those are going to be kicking off again as restaurants have opened up. I think we want to get those going again. Another engagement is Breaking Bread, Breaking Barrier dinners with a local resident started one of those, Rob Ward. Again, we bring 25 community members in for dinner and conversation with members of the police department to just increase perspective, awareness, stuff like that. And then one of the last things we intend to do is, again, with Michael Fester, we brought him in and talked to the whole police department. That was super powerful. So we brought in a Westland resident who had a unique story, Dr. Joy Mutari, and that was powerful. And so we intend to continue those with other people from marginalized communities to come in and provide their perspective and interaction with the police. So those are going to kick off soon too. I've already contacted a couple people to get those in line, and I'm open to any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. So now we have about 4 minutes. And Todd, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to compliment the chief and Mary on her idea to put the training online. I think that'll go a long ways towards being able to point people to something that says, yes, we're acting. So thank you both for doing that.
Great. Do we have other questions or thoughts? Bill?
So, Chief, I want to thank you for the outstanding contributions that you and your team have provided in stepping up to the plate and really going above and beyond in many respects to ensure that the public is aware of all the actions we're taking in order to be a more inclusive and respectful community. So it's much appreciated. I think perhaps one of our goals should be also, since we're in a goal setting session, is to ask the police department, to perhaps provide a greater level of compliance with in areas where we have code enforcement issues. I know a lot of members of our community constantly publish on social media sites issues that they're having, and they really don't know where to turn with things like trees that are falling down, fences that are left unrepaired. And so, as we think about community policing, not necessarily in terms of crime, but more in terms of what are we doing as neighbors to understand where our boundaries are and what role does the police department play in that interaction? I think that would go a long way in showing that we're more community oriented. So any thoughts you have along those lines would be appreciated.
Yes, absolutely. We were getting the same feedback from frustrated citizens with ongoing complaints, frustrated city staff that were not working well together. We're from different departments, and that is totally my opinion, where we were not working well together in solving a problem as a unit, as a city. And so with the incredible help from Lance Calvert and John Williams recently, and Amy Pepper, we created a flow chart so that we can address problems. We know who to go to. In other words, another contributing factor to that problem was our constant turnover at the CSO position. The last two CSOs didn't last very long because they got hired elsewhere. So that person is never in the job long enough to kind of get the foundational awareness they need to be super efficient at that. We have actually CSO interviews next week, and we're hoping to hire somebody who wants to be a CSO and not a policeman in a year. And so that's our goal. But yes, I think we can improve our response to the community by working together from these different city departments to address problems. So absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. I know we're getting close to our hard break. I just want to open it up again, just to say thank you to you and to all staff for coming. And then I see, Mary, you have your hand up.
I just will quickly say thank you so much to Acting Chief Mahuna for his work and the entire police department's collaborative spirit, working with us so we can improve the trust of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other last thoughts, other council members? Rory?
Just real quick, I just wanted to say, Chief Mahuna, thank you for your work on the behavioral health technician, because I think that'll be just transformational for our communities. When we have mental health crisis, we can send a trained person in mental health out to that. So I think I'm really looking forward to working on that on the council and supporting you however I can, however we can to make that happen. So just wanted to thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you. And thank you. Big shout out. Thank you to Chief Dale Jorgensen from Lake Oswego Police who worked collaboratively on that project with us.
And I'd just like to quickly thank all the staff that came online today and shared your goals. I know you've done a lot of work preparing those statements, and we're really appreciative of everything you've done in this really difficult year. We're very lucky to have you, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you for everyone. So with that, we're going to take a quick 15-minute break, and then we will reconvene at 10:45, and we'll hear from our administration department.
Jen?
Mhm.
My understanding was that directors did not need to stay for the rest of the day. That's what my assumption was, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's, we really appreciate the time that everyone took on a Saturday, so thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Doug.
Hi, everyone.
Lauren, Alyssa.
Kathy, do I have to make you host again?
Yeah, I was hoping you'd pause the video so they wouldn't have like 15 minutes.
I didn't see the text until now. Sorry.
That's all right. You can, or it doesn't matter now. Just get the breaks. If we could pause the videos, it'd be good.
Do you think that one of the goals I should tell the council is to be a better AV guy? Okay, I'll go with that.
We're all AV experts now. It's crazy. I learned more about AV than I ever wanted to know.
It looks like we're mostly back. We're just waiting. Got Todd and Rory. So maybe we'll just give them just a couple more minutes if that's okay.
And if you remember, Todd had an appointment at 10:30, so he might be a little bit late again.
Yeah, what's your feeling, Mayor Walters, in terms of procedure? If we don't have the full council back together in the next couple minutes, do you want us to sort of proceed with the admin presentation, or do you want us to back off and make sure we have everybody?
I think we should try and stay on schedule as much as possible. So whatever, I think, we can give Todd a couple of minutes, but other than that, I think we should move forward.
Okay, great. I mean, Jerry, are we, for this presentation, are we hearing from you, or Kathy, are we hearing from you?
You'll hear from me.
Okay. And so I'll sort of leave it to you whenever you feel ready to start then.
Sure, I'm ready.
Okay.
So the admin department, or my goals, because they're sometimes one and the same, are to implement the recommendations from the OIR report, which is something that we've already been working towards. It's my intent to put something on the web that marks or documents our progress toward those goals. Thankfully, some of them are already completed, and other ones we are in the process of completion or working through with HR and legal. Another goal is the completion. So the DEI audit will soon be complete, and another goal of mine is to make sure that we're taking on the recommendations in that audit that they recommend. Finally, Councilor Relier mentioned not finally, but Councilor Relier mentioned communications, and I'd like to revamp some of our communication strategy. It's something that I've had on a list for a long time, and now I think I'll have some time to do that. Finally, Ken had mentioned that I think half of his staff doesn't know what normal is. I don't either, having started the job in the middle of the pandemic. So another one of my goals is to make sure that the admin team is using our time and talent to help that group of people who are just here make sure that they accomplish what they want to and what the council wants to. I mean, the city manager's role is partially a facilitator, right, to ensure that things are going as they should and council and staff are rowing in the same direction, and I think we will be. So that's my brief overview right there. I certainly can go on talk about these at length with you one-on-one, council, but wanted to just let you know where I was as well.
Okay, great. Do we have questions for Jerry? And then, of course, as a city manager too, if there are some questions that you didn't have addressed or we didn't have the time for, I know we got a little pressured for time. Maybe this would be a good time to bring those forward. Okay, now Bill, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, so my question, Mr. Gabrielatos, is we've heard a lot from citizens about the police task force and interaction with the police department and oversight for disciplinary actions associated with what citizens consider to be police misconduct. How do you see your role moving forward in assisting the community in moving towards trying to establish a task force that shares responsibility for police oversight?
I think that it's something that'll be done in conjunction with our attorneys, the union, and building a robust infrastructure so that people can provide feedback to the city manager or council and creating trust or rebuilding trust. I hope that answers your question.
Well, I thank you for that response. Yeah, I think ultimately, I think what we need to do is craft a plan and then seek all those different inputs from those different entities that you mentioned. So I would hope that the rest of council would join me in placing a priority, if you will, on developing a plan. I know that Mayor Walters created a plan that the task force has been working off of in the past. Perhaps we could revisit that plan as part of one of our priorities for this upcoming year.
Just an update too for the council. Kathy and I just finalized the agenda for the next task force meeting. We'll be revisiting some of their additional recommendations from a meeting they had previously, but it's my feeling that we're getting toward a place in which they'll make a final recommendation with the framework that council asked for.
Great. So I saw Mary and then Jules and then Rory.
Thank you. Jerry, just real quick, when is that meeting?
April 8th at 4 o'clock.
Oh, thank you. And I wanted to thank you, first of all, for your tenacity and flexibility over the last however many months it's been. 6 months? Is that really all that it's been? Wow. Anyway, you have really risen to the task. I would also like to put something out there that has been in my mind, and I think, Jerry, you and I briefly have touched on it in the past, but with regard to how we interface with members of the public who are more frequently coming to us with concerns. And sometimes they're coming to advisory groups with these concerns, and sometimes they're coming to staff. And there've been some pretty conflicted relationships with some of these individuals. And I guess I'm thinking about my experience in schools and working, I mean, not to suggest that people are like children, but I think psychologically, if we could reframe these people who are frequently coming with an issue rather than in an adversarial or kind of a, oh boy, now what kind of a, and this is not directed at you personally, I'm just saying in general as a city, and how to maybe engage in a more positive way with these people and utilize their assets as engaged citizens. And that's just kind of a general idea I'd like to somehow develop over this day. Thank you.
Great. Jules, did you have a comment or a question too?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jerry. We've heard a lot about from our staff about needing resources, whether it be new staff or funds. So I'm wondering, do you have a sense or a plan of how that's going to happen?
We're getting more funds.
More resources to perhaps hire more staff or to implement some of the programs that need funding in order to go forward. Is there an overall sense of how we can begin to look at that? And what would the sourcing be?
Sure. So I just did my first line by line budget analysis with Lauren and John and our department heads last week. And I came away with some observations, and I'll revisit these with our directors to find out the art of the possible. But one thing that I noticed was the potential need for cross-training of our staff so that we may not necessarily need to hire new new people to perform function. The other thing that I'd like to see us do is identify and pursue more grants. Obviously, those would come with funding. I understand too that grants require administration, but I also know that that funding stream can prove valuable. So there are things there. I will tell you that I'm still learning parts of our budget and want to see if there's other avenues that we can pursue to obtain those funds. I mean, you heard pretty bluntly from Alyssa today that we could use some people, and I think when you look at our physically look at our previous budgets, you'll see that our FTE count is less than our less than other cities that we're near, and we're still providing a pretty phenomenal level of service. Just take a look at what our streets look like on February 13th versus today. Now, obviously, there were contractors involved in that, but that is a credit to Ken and Lance's team and everybody else who worked on those teams. So I think that to the extent possible, we should seek to add or replace some of those positions that we've missed. But revenue sources are something that I still want to work with Lauren to identify and see if there's any other things out there. I mean, it's a top priority of mine, especially after going through everything in the budget. I mean, the message, to be blunt, from nearly every director was we are operating on a pretty skeletal system, and would like to get away from that and go from there.
Okay, and then Rory.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been thinking about one of my top priorities, which is increasing citizen engagement. And I'm guessing it's going to be one of the council's top priorities because it's kind of one of the quintessential local government initiatives. But I just wanted to make sure that when we are planning the initiatives for that we include your expertise, Jerry, because I know that you have a lot of experience in that realm in Minnesota doing various initiatives. And so I don't know if now is the right time to ask what's good ways to increase citizen engagement, but probably later in the initiative stage, I wanted to make sure that we include you in that discussion. Just state that now because I'm looking forward to hearing your ideas for that as well, because you're probably the expert on that concept. So
Very simply and succinctly, meeting people where they are. I could go on, but but I want to be observing of time.
Okay, I actually, Todd, we'll have one comment from you, and then we'll pivot and we'll start getting into our actual goal setting.
One word response to what Jerry just said. Bingo.
Well, I think this is a really natural transition for us to now move into the meat and potatoes of the goal setting. And so just to slow down a little bit and then go over our agenda, we'll start with, there are 5 guiding principles, and that's the language that is used in the document. There are 5 guiding principles from the last City of West Linn visioning process. And I think those of you who have been involved in a broader visioning process, you know that it's a very long process. And so one of the questions I think as we were reviewing is, how you might want to revisit those. I think the last time they were revisited was 2008, but they have stood as the placeholder for the way that we organize goals. And so we're gonna stick with those as our 5 guiding principles. And any ideas we have about the structure of those, we'll have a parking lot that will make sure that those ideas are captured. And so, Zach, if you don't mind, we wanted to give you something visual to work with. Although, Mary, you noted what is completely true is that these little sticky notes where we put the previous goals are hard to read. So we'll be zooming in and out, but please stop me, as we are in this process if we're having any problem reading them. So the very first principle, as you see, is a sense of community. So exactly this topic that you've opened up. How this category captures community engagement. It captures in the past the way in which the council relates to your advisory committees. And then Zach, I'm in mine. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and hand this over to Zach to kind of give us an overview of the previous goals. And then as a matter of process, we thought we would just see, first question being, are these goals still the goals that you would want to pull forward? If not, how would you edit them? And then what would we add? Does that sound good? Anyone have any points of discussion or any questions before we start? Okay, I'm not seeing any hand. Oh, Todd, I see one hand.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. This is moving a bit quick for me. What I mean by that is you just made reference to 5 guiding principles, and now we're looking at last year's goals. I want to back up to the 5 guiding principles. If everyone else knows those, I don't. So I'd like to see those 5 guiding principles before you take us into past goals.
Sure. So I think
If others disagree, we can move on.
Yeah, do you mind reading them? Because I know my face will get really close.
Yeah, I'll just put my face close to the screen. Okay, number 1, and again, these are just sort of broad categories. So number 1 is sense of community. Number 2 is land use and quality of life. Number 3 is sustainability. Number 4 is community institutions. Number 5 is culture, diversity,
Zach,
education.
too fast. Zach, sorry, too fast for my type. I've got sense of community, land use and quality of life, sustainability. What's number 4?
Community institutions.
Okay.
And then finally, cultural diversity, education, and the arts.
So just for some historical background here, those are the guiding principles from a document that we have called Imagine West Linn, which was a citizen.
Can't hear her.
Yeah, I think I've lost her as well. So we'll maybe wait a minute, but I don't know, Bill, if you have any sort of knowledge or want to address this, since you have been through this as well.
Well, all I can say is that those 5 guiding principles were developed within that Imagine West Linn document. And the community has been very vocal about making any changes to those 5 guiding principles. So they've asked us to stay within that framework when we're addressing our goals. And so if we wanted to break out of that, we would probably have to go through a separate process of addressing what those principles are and why we think they need to change, and then take that back through a community involvement process.
Yes, that's my understanding as well. Todd, do you have a response?
Yeah, thank you. And again, it's because I'm new to this, so my apologies. But Bill, when you say that the community has made it clear to us that this is what they want, I don't know what you're referencing. Are you referencing the Imagine West Linn process a decade ago, or what's the context for that?
What I'm referring to is Mayor Axelrod's process of bringing those issues back to, or those 5 guiding principles back to the community through the neighborhood association president's meetings, as well as through the CCI, so the citizen advisory groups, and then trying to make changes to those documents that created kind of an uproar within the community, and quite a bit of email and testimony before council, and ultimately ending in no change to the document.
Yeah, that's really good history. Now, Jules, I saw that we have you again, and I wondered if you wanted to continue what you were saying.
I'm sorry, I've just told everybody in my house to stay off the internet, so there's going to be a riot here in a minute. As I was saying, and it sounds like Bill jumped in, but this is from Imagine West Linn, these guiding principles, which was first written in 1994 and then updated in 2008. I'm not sure if we want to continue to use those as our guiding principles since it has been so long since it's been revisited. I understand it was a framework last time and the time before that. However, it would almost be nice to start with a clean slate. I don't know how everyone else feels about that.
Sorry, there we go. Todd, do you have a response?
But I just wanted to ask Bill if he would share with Jules what he just shared with us, because it seems to run counter to what Jules just said.
Yes, I'd be glad to share that. So my comments were along the lines that Mayor Axelrod had brought the document back to the neighborhood associations through the neighborhood association presidents, as well as to the CCI. And the information that was gathered during those meetings, as well as testimony before the council, indicated that the community did not want those 5 guiding principles to change. So it based on that information that we've received thus far, I think it would be prudent that if we wanted to change that we would go back through a community engagement process. And we're kind of in a meeting now to discuss goals, so I'm not sure that we can just unilaterally start changing our guiding principles.
Well, I would say that these guiding principles have only been used in the last 2 goal setting sessions and not prior. That yes, Mayor Axelrod brought those back as part of the conversation in goals, but it hasn't historically been used as the guiding principles. I would also just posit that when you're talking about CCI and NAP, and even the neighborhood associations as a whole, you're still talking about a very, very small cohort of community members when compared to the overall population of the city. I think the biggest controversy there was there was a sense that perhaps 2 members of council were rewriting some of those goals, and that was a sticking point. But that's in the past, and I don't even want to put that as part of our equation here. So those are my feelings.
I think maybe if we can hold this structure, because these are fairly broad at this level, then as we try and sort through goals, and then maybe if some information is coming out that is more at the level of guiding principles, that we can still make sure that we're capturing that too. Todd, did you have a thought about that?
I do, thank you. And Jen, I appreciate and understand what I'm guessing is on your mind right now, because we're already slipping off of process and timeline. But to me, this is fundamentally important, because just as I said in the email that I shared with everyone a week ago, I've been trained that if you're going to put together goals and objectives and initiatives, those should stem from something larger, which is why I wrote you all with my question a week ago. They should stem from some larger mission or vision that we all recognize as an institution that we have. And I've had some discomfort from the get-go, which is why I wrote everyone a week ago to say we're going to go straight to goals, because immediately in my head is, well, those goals stem from what? Otherwise, we can kind of pick anything we want. The current level of discomfort that I have right now is I have seen the Imagine West Linn document before years ago when I was involved in the budgetary process. But if that was going to come up today, I missed that. So my apologies. But there's nothing in our preparation that I saw that told me that we were going to be told that these 5 guiding principles were going to be the foundation on which we were going to establish our goals. I'm hearing this for the first time. And I've had no time to process or think about how I might, as a counselor, want to identify goals and initiatives in the context of these 5 guiding principles. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not speaking in opposition to the 5 principles. Re-seeing them today for the first time after I haven't seen them for years, I don't have any opposition to them. So this isn't a question about content, it's a question about process. I think it's important that we decide whether these are our guiding principles, because if they are, everything we should do should stem from them. But if they're not, then what are our goals going to stem from? And right now, some people might be panicking, going, oh, well, you just backed up this process by hours, maybe days. And in the real world, you're correct. It would. But I don't know how we can set goals and initiatives if we don't have a foundation on which they're going to lie. In a sense, I feel like we'd be talking about the trunk and the branches without laying the roots in the soil.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is maybe a desire to come back a little bit. I do want to do a temperature check though and see if that is something that's shared with everybody. Rory?
Yeah, I agree with Todd, and I don't know how I would go about changing the framework right now without having an opportunity to think about it over the past few days, because I didn't know that that was going to be something. So when I look at these 5 principles, I think, well, that's a decent starting point that's been vetted by the community in the past. Is that the best place to go? I don't know, but that's from where I'm coming from right now. It's like, that's kind of I don't know of a better alternative, and I haven't had the chance to think about it because I didn't know necessarily that we'd be going from these 5 principles. So that's where I stand right now. I don't know where we go from here, but those are my thoughts on this issue.
Okay, why don't we just make sure we hear from everybody? Do you, Mary and Bill, do you have some thoughts on, because we can pivot and take a step back and then develop, you know, some additional guiding principles or workshop the ones that are already in front of us, and then develop goals in our second half of our session, if that, it feels like a better process. But I just want to make sure that if we're going to shift anything, that everyone's on board. Mary?
Thank you. I have the advantage of having asked Kathy Molesky to print me up this document, and so I've been looking at it. And it's helpful for me actually to have it in hard copy. So just what I would say is that, and I'm certainly happy to defer to other people's thoughts on this, but my initial is that they look good. I see that number 4 is sense of community. I'm sorry, number 1 is sense of community and number 4 is community. And I wonder if putting number 1 somehow DEI or just equity, and then rewording somehow working 4 and 1 together because they both have community in them. But that's just my total initial reaction to this topic. So I'm happy to defer to the group. Thank you.
Great. Let me just really quickly, Bill, I want to make sure that you have a chance to comment just in terms of how you would like the process to go. And then Todd, we'll hear from you too.
So my question is to the group, does this do these 5 guiding principles in any way impede our ability to set goals? Or is it sufficient for us to be able to set goals? And then if we feel that there's a need to look at this document again, can we then do so in the future? Because this is a fairly new council, and you know, having not seen this document before, or perhaps only seen this document in the past at some point, not really paying much attention to it, are they really prepared to set the discussion within the framework for addressing these 5 principles? And I think that needs to be our question on the table right now is, you know, are we prepared, I think, as you mentioned, Jen, to move forward with our discussion based on those? And then, you know, at what point could we potentially readdress these principles in the future? Maybe that needs to be one of our goals.
Okay, do you, Todd, did you want to respond?
Thank you. Yes, I'll respond to Bill's question. Could we set goals right now and ignore this? Yes. Does that feel good to me? No. What I'd like, for the reason I already said, if we're going to set goals, those goals should stem from something. If they're going to stem from these 5 principles, we should have ownership in this, in these 5 principles. And I was not aware that they were going to serve as our foundation until 10 minutes ago. So what I would like, if you don't mind terribly, because I'm trying to think about them at the same time I'm listening to people, I would like just 5 minutes where I'm going to turn off my volume and turn off my video. And I just need some time to concentrate on these and react inside my own head and see how I feel about them before we move forward. So I'm not telling everyone else they have to do that, but that's what I'm going to do right now.
Okay, so I hear Todd saying that you would like a little bit of time to digest what we have in front of us. And then maybe procedure wise, I want to make sure that we are all completely in alignment with how we move forward. So if we want to more formally, make a motion for how we're going to proceed, and then make sure that we have consensus from everyone. Does that sound like a plan? Oh, and I can see, Bill, that your hand's up as well.
So I just wanted to clarify, I wasn't suggesting that we move forward outside of this. I was suggesting that we move forward with this document. And the question I asked is, with these 5 guiding principles in mind, can we set goals that conform to those principles and then later come back to those 5 guiding principles as part of one of our goals to make changes to that document so that in the future, perhaps in next year's goal setting retreat, we have a new set of guiding principles. Because I think change is inevitable, but change also needs to be inclusive of our community.
Okay, do we have thoughts, reactions? Maybe just let me reformat as a question. How comfortable are we using these as our framework and having the ability to edit them and moving forward with goals?
Jen, I see that Jules has her hand up.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I think I need to adjust my view. Thanks, Zach.
This is what I want to say is that this Imagine West Linn document is a valuable document, and I have it in front of me as well. And I think there's a lot of helpful pieces in here for looking into the future. But, we have to acknowledge that this hasn't been updated in 13 years. So if we're going to say that that's the community input that we need, I'm not sure that that is relevant or timely enough. I know we did ask for community comment, and Mr. Jones, or Councilor Jones, was nice enough to organize those for us for public comment on what priorities are for the public. But that said, I would just like to acknowledge sort of where we are in time right now. And we are just, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, resetting after an extremely difficult year. And I think that we have new leadership. We have a new council. We have a new city manager. We have an acting police chief, but we'll have a permanent police chief before the end of the year. I think this is an opportunity to really look towards the future in this goal setting, and not sort of get stuck in trying to model what we're doing after things that have been done before just because they've been done that way. And I don't find much value in that. For me, I want to be sitting here in this meeting. We have incredibly talented, intelligent council and staff. And I think that, we don't need to be stuck in this framework to understand what our, to be able to reflect what our goals are and reflect the community's wishes in those goals. I think that we can absolutely do that without this framework. So it would be my hope that, you know, we could move past this document for now. And maybe at some point reconvene a group in the future if they want to look at Imagine West Linn again and updating it. But I really think we have an opportunity to do something creative and just work outside the box a little bit. I think we have some great thinkers on this call. And I'd like to be able to sort of break free from some of these constraints to have that high level conversation first and then start working our way down, if that makes sense.
Okay, I see Mary, Bill, and then Rory.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, Jules, do you prefer to start outside of the, so to set our own new guiding principles, or leave the ones here that they've set up?
I think that we should, you know, first of all, do we have to have guiding principles? Do we have to have 5 guiding principles? Do we have to have 0 guiding? I mean, I'm saying, like, let's just break all of the constraints. And if we end up coming back to this place, then that's fine. But I'd like to have that bigger creative discussion first with what are we doing here? What's our purpose? And where do we see us helping to guide West Linn to the future?
Thank you.
Okay, I think I saw Bill and then Rory and then Todd.
So I didn't really have any comments at this point. I just wanted to recognize Councillor Jones' request for 5 minutes of time to reflect, to see if council wanted to cause or ask for a recess for 5 minutes while he conducts his review.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak after Rory. He was next.
Oh, okay, Rory.
I think it'd be helpful to have the 5 minutes in a short time to reflect on where we are, but I just had a kind of a follow-up for Jules, and that I understand what you're saying, and I'm just wondering what process you propose to move forward. Like in this 5 minutes, I'd like to be thinking about, you know, how we move forward. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are if we leave this framework behind, which I'm not necessarily opposed to. What are your thoughts for how we formulate our goals today?
Jules, do you want to respond to that and then we'll move to Todd, or do you want to pause for a second?
I'll let Councillor Jones go first and then I'll reply.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're comfortable with this, Jules, I'll take a response at responding to Rory's question there as well. And Bill, thank you very much for that consideration. I had asked for the 5 minutes because I thought, okay, if these 5 principles are going to be our foundation in which we reach our goals, and I need to get my head around these 5 principles. Again, I want to reiterate, I'm not opposed to them. So I don't want anyone to ask themselves, what's Todd's problem with the 5 principles? I don't have a problem with them. I just haven't had time to think about them. That said, I want to go back to what Jules said. You know, what if we just set these aside and just move forward? And then Rory just said, what's our process going to be? I want to suggest a third way. Rather than let the 5 principles guide us, rather than just go forward without a foundation, what if we came up with a different foundation today? Now, for me personally, I don't know how others feel about this, but if I'm going to set goals, the goals have to rest on something. Otherwise, I feel like I'm going to be guilty of just deciding what I want and trying to form a goal around it. And I think our goals should stem from something larger that we want for our community, and more importantly, that we believe our community wants. And so what I want to suggest, and yes, I personally could use 5-10 minutes of quiet time to think on this. What I want to suggest is that we perhaps establish some kind of draft vision statement for ourselves right now. And it can be very simple, friends. It can just say, our vision is a West Linn that is ... And then we decide what we want to place after that opening phrase. For me, if we were able to establish a West Linn that is, let's take one of the guiding principles, a West Linn that is sustainable. You know, if we come up with a series of value words that complete that sentence, then when I'm setting goals, I have something on which to rest those goals. I can say, yeah, I want to set a goal to achieve that vision. I want a goal to make us sustainable. I want a goal that's going to give us, the people, a sense of community. So that's my proposal, that we take a little break from going straight to goals, and that we see if we can come up with a vision statement that simply finishes this sentence lead, a West Linn that is, with a series of terms or phrases that describes the vision that we believe this community wants and needs.
Okay, thoughts, responses on that idea?
Well, I think Councillor Jones and I are saying the same thing. So I'm sorry if, am I not communicating correctly? Because it was not my, my thoughts was just to throw this all away. And what I'm saying, I think you and I are saying the same thing. Let's back up. Let's take the macro view. And because I think we have such great thinkers and leaders on this panel, that it would be a really great exercise to really, and if it's that sentence, we can start with that sentence or something else, but to have that conversation first.
Okay, let me just open one more time. Any comments or thoughts? And then otherwise, if we can just give a thumbs up for backing away, spending the next 30 minutes together, coming up with, you know, what are essentially the guiding principles, by starting from this framework that that Todd has proposed of what is our overall vision for West Linn. Does that capture what I'm hearing? Okay, Rory?
I agree with the concept of making sure that our goals are resting on something. I think that's important so that we have a kind of an overarching vision to set the goals and carry them out. And I think having some value words would be helpful to kind of streamline that process. So I agree with the concept, and so I just wanted to state that. I think it's helpful to for me and my thinking, maybe even over the break a little bit, to think about how do I align my priorities with X value statement or X set of values that we want to carry forward to the community. So.
Okay, any other comments or thoughts? Okay, so if you could just, everyone thumbs up. So we're gonna take a step back, it sounds like, and try and come up with what are our big principles? What are the categories that we're then going to spend the afternoon putting goals into?
I'm sorry, can I just ask a question? Can we do the stop sharing screen? So I like to be able to see everybody.
I'm sorry. Yep.
That's okay. Thank you.
And so Todd, I just want to honor your earlier request for a step back. I know we're changing, but does anyone feel like they need a little bit of pause before we get into this discussion, or we're all ready? Todd.
Well, my only request, Jen, is in group dynamics, if we start talking immediately, then everyone reacts to what's being said. And what I'd like to, out of respect for everybody, is to still give everybody just a few minutes to think on this. So we all have some time to process before we immediately get our brains caught up in responding and reacting to what we hear other people say.
Okay. So if that sounds okay to everybody, let's take just maybe, we're a little short on time, so maybe just 2 minutes.
Sure.
To digest and to think and to sort of come back a little bit and think about what are our big categories. And then as a matter of procedure, because I think you're right, we tend to bounce off of each other. It may just work to give each of you a platform each of you a chance to speak, and we will record what you've said. And then if we have some points of discussion, we'll get there, but otherwise we'll try and see where alignment already exists. Does that sound okay? Yeah, Todd?
Just for process, if this will help, Zach, when we come back together, do you think you could have a text document up that as people speak, we can just kind of capture their value terms or value phrases, so we all can be looking at a list as we process?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great. So with that, we'll take a 2-minute pause, come back at 11:33. Does that sound okay? Okay, excellent. Okay, I think we'll give everybody a few more minutes. I think 2 minutes was optimistic. It's hard to only spend 2 minutes thinking. Okay, I do want us to come together if possible. And then maybe, Mary, I know you had mentioned it's hard to see when we split the screen. Is it okay if Zach shares the screen during this process?
Oh, absolutely. I was just trying to gauge how everybody else was feeling. And sometimes it's hard for me when like people might be nodding their heads or even doing a thumbs up, but I can't see them all. So
yeah, no, I agree with you.
It was in that transition decision process moment.
Okay. So I do, I just want to say I really appreciate you all, your willingness to think about this process differently and to try something a little bit different on the fly. I think that adaptability and resilience is something I really admire about this group and something I think is a strength. And so I really like, Todd, your suggestion that we just start with a broad vision statement and use the values and the priorities that come out of that as our framework. Does that sound like everybody's on board with that to make as the start of our list? And if so, maybe Zach, if you don't mind sharing your screen, we'll just start the statement and then have each of you have a chance to speak to the guiding principles that are at the top of your head. And then we will start to make this broad list and then winnow down what our top values are. And so I don't want to put anyone on the spot because I do realize that it's hard to shift. Is there anyone who sort of has some at the top of their mind or is willing to come forward? Rory, yes, I see your hand.
Sure, I can. I just wrote down a few in my notepad here. They were on the spot, so just thinking about it last few minutes. But I had kind of stealing a little bit from Todd's sense of belonging, a Westland that has a sense of belonging for all, maintaining livability and affordability. I think those are important as well. And I also put modern, just in terms of some of my priorities are based on code updates and zoning, et cetera. So, and in your statement, Jen, you used the word resilient. And I thought that was a great word to a Westland that's resilient, because we have had disasters and that's one of our big things is recovery. So I thought that was a great word. But those are just my four that I thought of. So, and they can be, I'm not a stickler to any of that, just my suggestions or first thoughts.
Great, and thank you for being willing to go first. And I like also that that relationship between goals and these guiding principles that we're developing is pretty tight. So I appreciate that play as you're coming up with these. You may be led by the goals that you were already thinking of, and sort of working a little bit backwards. Okay, Bill, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Jen. So I wasn't sure if we were actually working on a mission statement or a vision statement. So I did both. And when I think about a mission statement, I'm talking about the city council. I'm not talking about the city because I think the city has to create its own mission statement. And we can only do that through engagement with the community, which is what that Imagine West Linn document was about. Anyway, so my mission statement, if you will, for the city council is the city council provides leadership to ensure that resources are allocated and prioritized in a manner that serves the community's needs now and into the future. So that would be our mission. And then our vision is to build a community that provides a healthy environment and standard of living that reflects the community's values.
Okay, and I like Bill how you have done some work of disentangling the difference between the mission statement, what is the purpose, and then what is the vision? What is what do we want? And so I think that that's really helpful as we're doing this. you know, as you're thinking through, you know, what you want to contribute, maybe thinking about that. Is it something that is about the purpose, about the mission, or is it something that's about the value or what you want for the future? That's really useful. Okay, anyone else want to piggyback off that? Maybe Mary or Jules, and we're just going to sort of direct your ideas. So if they're still messy at this point, that's fine.
Sorry, mine kind of are. So I thought you were wanting a statement, or that we're making a statement right now.
Right. So Todd had suggested what might be our visioning statement. And then I thought Bill did a good job of sort of disentangling. So we do have a vision statement that we're trying to get these values to be in. However, there's a close relationship to the mission statement, the purpose. And so, you know, I think our idea was to start with the vision, but if you have some ideas that are really more about the purpose, then we can workshop that too while we're at this sort of, you know, wide lens.
Thank you. I appreciate what Bill has, well, I appreciate Rory's contribution too, but I appreciate that Bill kind of separated those two. That helps me. And I can't think of, I mean, I would have to say that I echo this mission of City Council and the statement, the way he worded that. I will continue to think about it, but at this moment, I can't think of adding anything or changing. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I guess Todd and Jules, do you have thoughts or any guiding principles that you would add to this?
Certainly I can. Thank you. I started on my pad with this prompt, a West Linn that is. And then I ended the prompt building off what Mary shared with us last night, for all people. And then now I'm going to suggest to you the things I would put in the middle. So a West Linn that is inclusive, a West Linn that is livable, a West Linn that is thriving, and a fourth one is a West Linn that is safe. Now, just to be clear, Zach, for all people should not be a bullet because it's not a fifth value statement. It's just the end of the phrase. So it's kind of like dot, dot, dot for all people. And what's interesting is as I reflected on those value terms, I went back and looked at the 5 guiding principles. And quite a bit, they're reflected in those 4 terms. We see sense of community, we see quality of life, we see diversity, to a degree, sustainability. To be honest with you, in the 5 guiding principles, the 4th one, community institutions, I don't really understand that one because the others are kind of value terms and that one's just naming an entity. So I wasn't really sure what to do with that one. But
Okay. So I am seeing already a lot of resonance between the way that you're all sort of capturing these ideas. So I want to make sure that Jules, you also have the opportunity to contribute to this list too.
Yeah, I was just going to tell Todd that in the Imagine West Linn document, community institutions, it says, to shape our city government, school district, and other West Linn institutions so that as a whole, our community fosters trust, respect, courage, and cooperation. Which is interesting. What do I have to add? I think you know, I think a lot of what I'm thinking is reflected in what's up on the shared document. I think as a macro view, what I'm wanting to see is I think the city has been stuck for a little while. And I really want to see us moving forward. And so that's really my vision for the city is um, to help guide that through community engagement and stakeholder, whatever all those the words are. But the point I'm trying to make is I feel like we've been in a stuck place. And especially this year, I think that has been sort of the ultimate expression of that. And so I would like to see us have a clean slate to start to move forward.
Okay, excellent. Mary, I see your hand is up.
Thank you. I agree with Mayor's or Jules's statement. That is very important. And I also would add maybe that I think when Bill gave his statement that it on the second line, it maybe had, and he can correct me if this is wrong, meets the needs of the community now and into the future. Just to kind of wordsmith it a little bit, I think community maybe specifically. The one actually, yeah, it's the second line of the first. But if he has a clarification that's different than that, I don't want to change his words.
Okay. Rory, I can see your hand is up too. Or did you have more, Mary? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You're good. Okay, Rory.
I was just going to add that when I used the word modern, it was kind of intended to Jules more. She summarized what I was trying to say. I just didn't think of that exact word. Moving forward, doing things that maybe should have been done for a long period of time and haven't been done, and moving us to that place where we're working on the future rather than being stuck. Because I share her sentiments about feeling like at times it seemed like the city's been stuck and so.
Great. And Mary, I can see your hand is up. Is that from before or is this? Okay, and then Todd, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I don't know if this matters to Bill or not, but I tried to capture verbatim what he said on his vision statement, and what we have on the screen right now is not what he said. So if you want to correct that to be exactly what he said, great, that's up to Bill. But if not, no worries. And if you want, I can read out loud what I typed to see if I got it correct.
Yeah, I think it's valuable to, especially so we can make sure we're reflecting everything, please.
Bill, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
And please correct me if I got it wrong, Bill, but for vision statement, he said, build a community that provides a healthy environment and standard of living that reflects the community's values. And that replaces the bullet above it, Zach, if I captured it correctly.
Thank you for the clarification.
And there is a correction to the mission that Bill gave, if you're okay with that. So he said the city council provides leadership to ensure resources are allocated and prioritized in a manner that serves community's needs now and in the future. And I think he probably meant communities like with a Y apostrophe S, not plural communities. I think.
Yeah, so I think what I said is in a manner that serves the community's needs. Yeah, there you have it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all for taking ownership and responsibility and making sure that we're recording this exactly as it said. I appreciate that a lot. So other thoughts? I think just we're sort of coming to our break for lunch, and so I want to make sure that we reorient ourselves. So I think it's a matter of process. If we want to do last comments, last additions to this, and then Zach and I can sort of put it together, and then when you come back from the break, we'll make sure that we appropriately captured what this mission and vision is, and then we can start to use the vision statement as our placeholder for where we're going to put our goals. Does that sound like our next steps? Okay, thumbs up. Okay. Todd?
Just to clarify, whether people want to work on a mission statement and a vision statement, my preference would be for just the latter. But if people want to work on both, that's fine.
Mary, see your hands up.
I was just going to ask if people think it would be important to include the aspect of citizen engagement and involvement in this process in any of the wording that we've created, because when I just kind of 10,000-foot level read this, it sounds like the city council's taking it upon itself to do all this work without, I mean, I just don't see a community involvement piece. Thank you. Todd will help me.
Yeah, Todd, I see your hand is up.
No, I just want to say I could not agree with Mary and Bill more. This isn't about establishing a grand final vision statement for the entire city of West Linn in an hour in an afternoon at all. No, it's about us agreeing on what's the foundation today on which we're going to base our goals.
Yeah. Okay, other thoughts? So it looks like at the moving forward guided through community and stakeholder engagement do we want to re-articulate that or beef it up a little bit? Or do you feel like that captures, the importance that you were both highlighting? Oh, Roy, I see your hands up.
I was just going to state for the record my agreement with what's been said, and that I think any vision statement, if it didn't include a community engagement aspect, we might take some flack for it. So I agree with definitely making sure that any sort of mission or vision includes the community engagement and citizen input component.
Excellent. And then Mary, is your hand up or is? Oh, no. So does that, just to reiterate, does that captures if we use the language of moving forward guided by community engagement, that adequately captures what we're getting at? Okay, is there anything, going back to our equity discussion, is there anything using our equity lens that we might add or that we need to consider as we do this?
I would just express that I prefer community engagement to having the term stakeholder in there. For some reason, my mind is just keeps catching on that because there's some questions in my mind. Who perceives themselves as a stakeholder and who others perceive as a stakeholder? But maybe I'm just being too nitpicky.
It looks like I see agreement, some nodding, and I see thumbs up. Okay, are there any other words or ideas or values that are sort of coming to mind, even if they're not fitting neatly in this sentence, but you want to make sure that we're capturing in this? Okay, so I'm not seeing any hands. So I think Zach and I during this lunch, we'll sort of wordsmith this, and then when you come back, make sure that we all have agreement, and then we'll move to goals. We did have sort of an assignment over the lunch break as well. And this is, I think in this process, we tend to get very left brain, very analytical. And so we thought it might be useful to sort of use our creative brains. During this break, we want you to go get some food and then to look around your environment and to find an object that you can bring that represents what you want for the future or represents some of the discussion we've had about visioning. And so it really, you don't have to bring anything except your imagination to whatever object you bring forward, but it's really just to be thinking creatively about, rather than thinking textually, what do we really want for the future? What's the feeling that you want to have about the future West Linn, or what are the things that we want for the future? So does that, I know that's a strange assignment, but let me know if you have any thoughts or questions about that. Thumbs up? Okay, so please, thank you all. This is really generative and I appreciate your willingness to make this process your own. And we will come back at 12:45. Rory?
Oh, that was my question. On the agenda, it says the break is till 12:45, but then the next activity starts at 1. So what exact time do you want us to be? Around what time should we be back, 1 or 12:45?
So our idea was to use the 15 minutes from 12:45 to 1 for you each to present the object and to discuss a little bit about the things that came up for you, but it's really just to get our creative brains thinking, and less as something we're going to like record and be part of the text of our goals. So yeah, if you could come back at 12:45 and we'll just have that sort of show and tell moment, and then we'll move to our goal setting. Does it sound good, or any other thoughts? Or sounds good? Okay, well then, thank you all, and I hope you have a good lunch, and I look forward to seeing what objects you find.
Jen,
Rory?
what object are you talking about? I missed that. What's
Oh,
the
sure.
assignment?
So just find something in your environment that you think, or you can use to talk about what your vision for West Linn would be. So, like if I have a hair tie, it would be about making sure that we have resilient and closed loops in our community engagement process, or, whatever object you want to use, just to use that as a bouncing off point.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Cool. Okay, great. So I will see you at 12:45.
See ya.
Hi, Jerry.
Hey, Bill, how are you?
All right, thanks. Hey, I have a neighbor that keeps elbowing me about trying to get an ordinance on our books to ban leaf blowers from residential areas and only allow them for commercial or city parks and those kinds of larger areas, because most people working from home now are rather annoyed by the loud noises of leaf blowers, and there just aren't that many leaves, and there's other ways for people to deal with leaves other than leaf blowers. What do you think it would take to address that? Do we need to bring it up in one of our council work sessions, or?
Yeah, I think that'd be a great idea. I'll bounce it off of Peter too, because enforcement is something that I imagine PD might be involved in, but I personally share an affection for that idea because I think they're really annoying and terrible for the environment. So I'm right there with you. Slightly related to that, we kind of talked about code enforcement earlier today during the session, and I did a exit interview with Lindsay, Barney, and Peter because I know how many code enforcement, I mean, frankly, code enforcement is something that comes across the council's desk as much as it comes across mine. So it was interesting hearing from her, and she had some ideas for what we could improve. But yeah, I will I'll talk to Peter on Monday about the leaf blower idea.
Awesome, thank you.
Of course.
Maybe we'll just give a couple minutes to have Rory join us, and then we'll jump into our visioning exercise. Does that sound okay? Does everyone feel like they had enough time to eat and digest physically and mentally? Okay, awesome. I see Rory has joined us as well. Do you all mind if we just launch into sharing popcorn style what objects you found and what kind of thoughts you had about visioning? Does anyone want to go first? You found something good? Yeah, Mary, thank you for volunteering.
Okay, so this is a beaver that my son carved. And the beaver for me symbolizes several things. One of them is that they are very important to their environment, and they're a keystone species, which means that their environment is improved by their presence, and their presence benefits other living individuals, well, the whole entire environment. It's also significant because it represents the importance of environmental sustainability and our protection of the environment, and the importance of considering others who we're coexisting with, whether they're people whose voices we don't hear every day because they don't have as much advocacy agency as others, but that we keep in mind the importance of everyone in a community that's creating a diverse network. Thank you.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. That's such a thoughtful answer, and I love that this is an object that is meaningful to you personally and, you know, meaningful to the vision of the city. Thank you. So, did anyone else find some objects that were meaningful or resonant? Okay, see Todd's hand.
Yeah. Might seem like a jar of water, but I actually just scooped this up from the Willamette. Doesn't look that bad, does it? I grabbed that as a symbol of the key component it is in our sustainability and our livability. And one of the things I'm excited about while I'm working with you is how do we both protect it and connect with it?
Oh, that's wonderful. I love the creativity. And I'm jealous that you are close enough. You could scoop it up. That's awesome. Okay, who's ready to go next? Rory?
Yeah, can you hear me? Am I back on? All right. This was given to me at a graduation party for high school, but I've always kept it on my desk. It says thinking outside of the box, and it's kind of a representative of that mantra of thinking. And it's always, when I think about visioning, I kind of always think about how, like, you may not always have the exact solution. Sometimes what you think is the solution may not be the solution. You have to get creative. And as a council, we're creative, thinking of our goals. So this just represents to me totally what we're doing today. And I'm always going to keep this on my desk even when I'm older and working professionally. And it says, only those who see the invisible can do the impossible. So a good little motivational quote. But I love this thing. And so I thought that was when you've mentioned object about the future, I thought that was the perfect representative for me of how I go about the visioning process of thinking a little bit outside of the box sometimes when necessary, whether it be for funding or just general goals. So.
Oh, that's wonderful. And I love knowing that as you're speaking with us, that's, you know, a visual prompt for you during this entire discussion. That's really cool. And now I have a good idea for what to get some graduates this year. What about Jules or Bill? Did this activity bring anything forward for you all?
I can go if you want, Jen. Yeah, sorry. The background is kind of muted. I don't know. Maybe it's microphones. So I have a couple of things I'll share. One is my little bee pot. And this reminds me so much of our environment and the fact that we're losing so much of our environment due to industrialization of farming and the loss, if you will, of pollination and the importance of what we do as a local community in an urban setting to assist with the effort of making sure that we have mason bees and other types of bees so they don't go into an extinction mode. And, you know, we are considered a bee city, and we promote the idea through our elementary, middle, and high school efforts to support sustainability through an understanding of pollination and its importance in our ecosystem. The other thing that motivates me, I don't know if everybody can see this, but anyway, I keep a chart in my office about the mechanics of hydraulics. And I do that because I'm fascinated by the law of physics and how to produce energy in a more sustainable manner that uses natural law rather than fossil fuels. And I don't think that we do nearly enough to embrace the concepts and the ingenuity, nor do we, as a society or as a culture, or even as state entities and tax revenue sources, promote the ideas associated with people who utilize that in an ingenious way to come up with new means of energy production. So there you have it.
Oh, that's so cool. I love too this idea of like pollination is such a rich metaphor too, you know, to think with. So I think you've given us two really cool objects.
So I have a key. I just grabbed a key, which actually surprisingly nowadays is hard to find since all the cars operate on fobs and everything. Because twofold. I think one, you know, keys unlock doors to opportunities that we can walk through and embrace. But secondly, I think keys represent sort of our work here as leaders, as counselors, that we are the key to unlocking that door for our community. And through policy and process, that's what we're here to do. So I really embrace that mission of serving those that have given us the privilege to do so, and doing it well and ushering in new opportunities for everyone.
Wonderful. That's great. That's another good metaphor to think with. I guess I didn't ask specifically, but I don't know, Jerry, if this activity, if you thought of something or you wanted to participate too.
I just grabbed lunch. I'm sorry.
So on the spot, can you make a metaphor out of that though?
No. I usually can be creative, but not. I had spaghetti and meatballs, and I, you know, if anybody thinks of something, by all means.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, thank you all for being willing to, as you know, as you put it, Rory, to think outside the box, to be creative and thoughtful about this visioning plan, because already from our morning session, you know, you all have a tremendous amount of integrity and commitment to this process. And so I really, really appreciate that about all of you. I know Zach has sort of, and I saw, Todd, you sent a draft of trying to capture our earlier discussion. And so maybe if we can put those up on screen, we can review them, make sure everyone's comfortable. And then we thought we would just take the bullet points from that that vision statement, and then work through that as our categories. And then we'll start to capture your goals and ideas into those categories.
All right, so here we go. I took a stab at putting it in a sentence format, and then Todd sent a version as well. So there's two ones we can work through and consider. First one says, a West Linn guided by community engagement that is inclusive, livable, affordable, safe, sustainable, resilient, thriving, and moving forward for all people. And the second one says, a West Linn for all, a West Linn, one second, a West Linn that is for all people, inclusive and diverse, and where all feel a sense of belonging, livable and affordable, sustainable, and supporting a healthy environment, and thriving forward under community direction.
Zach and Jen, I just want to say I didn't realize you were going to do a compilation, so my apologies for stepping on your toes.
No, that's okay. We have two to compare now, so that's good. Whatever format works best for y'all.
So let's just open it up. Thoughts? Does this seem like it captured everything? Is there one formulation that works better for you all than the other?
I just wanted to say quickly, I had the word stakeholder in there and somebody was objecting to that word. But I would just like to say that I think it's an important one in that, well, it's used, it's used constantly in government and legislation. And it really, to me, it means like when we talk about DEI, where we can embrace the community, but the stakeholders in that work are our BIPOC community. And so I want to make sure specifically that we are reaching out to the people that are most impacted when we engage.
Okay, and I think Mary, you had raised the issue that we wanted to make sure we were having a really inclusive word. Does anyone have any issue if we have both of those words in here to capture both community large and stakeholders specifically? Okay, if there's no, maybe we can just do a thumbs up if we're okay with adding stakeholder.
What is, where will this visioning document or language be housed? Who is it for? I guess that might be what part of what I was thinking about, because as the closer we all are to certain language use, the more familiar we become with it, and we understand all the meanings of it. But I also, and working in schools, I developed and am continuing always to work on the ability to understand not everyone views certain words the same way and understands all of their meanings. And the only thing I said was thinking about the word stakeholder is it's just not as accessible as some other language. If this is just going to be if this is going to be a public document, if it's just for our use, I think that's great. Thank you.
So I think my understanding is that that it's a living document. After today, you will have the chance to revisit it, make sure that we captured everything, but that, the public does view it, but it will be accessible afterward. Does that sort of meet with your expectations?
With my expectations?
Or you all broadly, as a council, is that what you would like to do with the language in this document? Or do you just want it to guide this particular process?
I didn't have a preconceived idea personally. I just was wondering where this document or this language is housed traditionally.
Yes, so I think traditionally it is a public facing document.
Okay.
Okay, so do we have more discussion about the information in here, or any other sort of wordsmithing that we want to do about the language in these two presentations of the vision? Yeah, Todd.
I simply wanted to say that I'm not wedded to having either of these vision statements or any vision statement for that matter, but to go back to what I said at the start is I just feel that we have to have some foundation on which our goals rest. And I could have misread it, but I felt right after the break, mid-morning, that it was suggested that the 5 principles from Imagine West Linn might be that foundation, and I just simply have not had time to process that. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, so if we take these as our principles and then use these as the structure in which we then organize the goals that you all are bringing to the table, does that feel like a good process moving forward? Maybe do thumbs up or more discussion? Yeah, I'm not saying either, so I'm curious, is there more discussion then? Todd?
Well, Jen, you said are these, and when you say these, are you referring to 1 and 2 sitting in front of us? Because it's probably redundant to look at both.
Yeah, okay, so maybe you're right. Let's take a step back and then see of these two formulations of the vision that you gave, which one should we use going forward?
I might add, if any.
Or if any, yeah. So maybe if we can just, every person can just state, do like 1, 2, or none of the above. And maybe just start with you, Jules, if that's okay.
Either is fine to me.
Okay, how about Mary?
Either works.
Okay, I'm just going on what my screen is. Looks like Todd.
I prefer the second.
Okay, and then Rory.
I prefer the second. I'm just thinking about how like certain goals will fit into these, and I think it will be fine. And I think we can, of course, add an additional sentence in here if we realize, oh, one of our goals maybe doesn't jam right into exactly one of these headers or subsets. So with that in mind, I prefer the second one just because I think it's more, I like that it's more, I don't know the word, but I like the sentence for all people, X, Y, and Z.
Great. And then Bill, what are your thoughts?
I'm good with number 2.
Yeah, Todd.
The only other thing I wanted to add, Jen, is that in addition to capturing the ideas that we all shared before lunch, I also tried to capture as much as I could of the 5 principles in it as well.
Great. Yeah, that continuity is good. Okay, so if we're comfortable with the second formulation, oh, I'm sorry, Mary, I see your hand is up.
Sorry, I was trying to lower my hand, so I don't know what. Sorry.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. And Jules?
I think, as we did our work last night to make sure that we're looking at everything through an equity lens, it would be nice to see the word equity or equitable somewhere in that statement.
Okay, so do you have like a formulation how we might add that? Yeah, Rory?
I think there could be a separate line in there that just says that Westland is for all people equitable and just. And that would kind of encompass, in my opinion, maybe some the equity discussion and the fundamental fairness that comes with governing, but others may have other wordsmithing preferences. That's just what first popped in my head.
Okay, any other thoughts or any additions that we want to make sure we include? Todd's got a thumbs up. Okay, if not, if this is the vision statement going forward and the way in which we'll categorize goals, then maybe if we could just make sure everyone's in alignment, thumbs up. All right, awesome. Okay, so now we're going to shift a little bit and use these as our master categories to fitting in some of the goals. And so process-wise, we can either hear from each person to present the goals that are kind of on the top of your mind, and then we'll work them into these categories, or we can start with one category, hear from folks what goals that they would like to be included in there, and then shift to the next. So I would just like to hear from you what's in your mind right now. Is it that you want us to take it slowly, category by category, or do you really want to do each person get the chance to do kind of a brain dump of the things that are on your mind? Yeah, Tom.
Jen, I'm sorry. Will you clarify for us how you want to distinguish today goals and initiatives? And the reason I say that is I find my brain immediately landing on things, and then I realize, well, that's a really specific task or activity. And I want to make sure that I resist my own temptation to jump straight to things I think the community wants and needs, and to make sure that I'm staying with what you're calling goal before I get into initiatives. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that it's important to distinguish. And I think that our idea was that we'll do some of that work as things come, you know, as your ideas come out, either specific initiatives or if it's a broader goal that will sort of help you workshop that language. But I know, Zach, I might put it over to you because you had a really a useful way of distinguishing those two. Maybe that definition would be helpful here.
Yeah, if I can remember it. 1 second, let me pull it up real quick.
Yeah, because basically there's that tension, right, between, you know, you have some specific things that you want to accomplish, and most of those fit in with an articulation of an overall goal for accomplishing these principles. And so it's really, we're just trying to workshop where are these ideas going?
Okay, so this is what we included in our email this week, that goals are more broad-based statements about council priorities. An example would be provide equitable access to recreation. This is not a specific policy initiative, but an overarching goal that certain initiatives will fit underneath. And then when we get into initiatives, we're talking more about projects, programs, budget items, action items that will help us achieve that goal.
And so does that definition fit with what you all had in mind, or is there something you might add to that? Okay, and I see Rory, you have your hand up.
Two things. One, I thought when I was just looking at this that maybe instead of having the separate equitable and just sign, we could just put equitable in the inclusive and diverse sentence to streamline the process, since diversity, equity, and inclusion are usually already together. But my thought on this was, I don't know if I'm going to be able to think of all of the little initiatives or the ways to accomplish the goals right today. I just wanted to, you know, if I have an idea for a goal, but I don't know, I don't have to work with staff and have to work with community, fellow members, et cetera, to accomplish it. I don't know if I can state all the initiatives and ways to accomplish the goal. I just wanted to state that from my perspective. I mean, it's easier for me to think of the goals first. But thank you.
Yeah, I think that was the intention, to spend most of today formulating the goals. Originally in the agenda, there was time sort of at the end of the day to do initiatives. Now that we've spent a little more time on vision statement, we're probably just going to be focusing primarily on the goals and then filling in individual action items and initiatives later.
Okay, other thoughts? Does everyone, I think it may make more sense as we get going, as your ideas start coming out, then we're workshopping about how to articulate some of these ideas as a goal and how we might then sort of reference them as an initiative. Okay, and I see Zach is developing these categories that we're going to use. But just process-wise, does it make sense for you all? Should we take them one by one? Okay, so let's dive right in. And I think especially because we've been primed through the equity lens discussion to think about what are our goals for the next year to create equitable, inclusive, and diverse, where all people of West Linn feel a sense of belonging. I mean, I think just if I can throw it out, I'm hearing from you that you're already doing an equity audit. Is there some goals that might, I mean, you don't have the audit in front of you, but some goals around what you might do with that audit? Yeah, Mary?
I'm not sure how this relates to the audit, but I consider the importance that I think Bill mentioned this yesterday, of having diversity reflected in our city staff and the public safety staff as well, wherever possible.
Great. Todd, did you have a thought?
Yeah, I'm not sure about exact words yet, Zach, so let's just get ideas down and we can play with it. One would be that all voices are heard. And a second one is building off of what Jerry said earlier this morning about going to where people are to get input, not just setting up technological means for people to come to us, not just working through our traditional institutions, but to borrow Rory's term, thinking outside the box about asking ourselves, where are people and how do we go to them to see how they react to things, what their needs are, what their values are.
I think I would add celebrating our differences as well, celebrating different cultures. Maybe having learning sessions about different cultures and finding spaces where we can gather and learn more about each other.
Yeah, Tyler.
If Mary's comfortable with this, if I could add to the first bullet, diversity reflected in city and public safety staff and also on our citizen advisory groups, so that we can be intentional about having diverse representation on those volunteer bodies.
Yeah, I'm glad, Todd, that you brought that up because we did hear, speaking to you before this session, that making sure that these advisory bodies are useful to this goal setting process sounded like it was something important. So thinking about, how do our advisory bodies fit into some of these goals too, I think is a really great connection. Oh, Rory. Sorry, your hand is like in the window, so sometimes I have trouble seeing it. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. Sorry.
No, you're good.
On this topic of equity and I've been thinking a lot about our land use process, and I wanted to make sure there was a land use goal in here. And a long time ago, I had a conversation with the city attorney about how when we have land use hearings, oftentimes it's very unfair because the one side has attorneys and one side really has a lack of information and doesn't understand like making code arguments and stuff. And a long time ago, the city attorney said that the city used to have like information sessions about what the land use process is, kind of like how to formulate a land use argument, et cetera, to help average citizens be able to access and compete in a land use hearing. And that's something that I've been thinking about because it's always so unfair when you have an attorney on one side and citizens on the other side representing themselves. So if we can put something in here about, I don't know the exact words, but kind of equity in land use, in our land use process to ensure that, I don't know if you can ensure fairness, but try to spread information about how the process works. Maybe host an information session every once in a while or something. I don't know, but that was something I always think of because I feel for the people who sometimes it gets difficult in the land use hearing with all the technical requirements and stuff. So something I had written down.
That's great. I saw Todd and then Mary.
Mary can go.
Oh, thank you. I was just going to say, and this relates to what Rory is, the point he's making is that the importance of accessibility. So, and I know, I don't know if that would be redundant, but I wanted to actually make sure that accessibility gets in here somewhere because we can offer what we think is an equitable process, but we're still thinking of it in our brain and from a place of privilege, basically, and not necessarily creating something that's accessible to someone whose lived experience we don't know about.
Yeah, that's a great point. Todd, did you want to comment?
Yes, please. I'm just going to that community survey that Dylan Digby provided for us and promoting diversity, equity and inclusion. If my compilation was at all accurate, it was the 6th most often mentioned thing. And so I just wanted to note, Zach, that for us to be intentional about reaching out to other groups and organizations inside and outside our community that are concerned with and working on these issues, be they building bridges or Westland Alliance or another group I've heard reference to that, to be honest with you, I don't know anything about them yet. I want to learn, and others. So.
Great. And then Mary, is your hand up too? Okay, what are other thoughts or other goals? Yeah, Rory.
On the topic of reaching out to groups, I have seen that a lot of cities have established a diversity, equity, and inclusion advisory committee, and that's an achievable goal that we could have if people are interested in doing that. I don't know if that would overlap with other groups that we have or what, but at least having a conversation about it is interesting to me because I think when we talk about our audit results and carrying forward those, making sure that we're accountable to carry forward those results that we learned from our audit might be helpful to have an advisory group working, helping out with that.
Yeah, I think that's a good goal. And also maybe as we're thinking through these goals, thinking about how to assign some things to the existing sort of advisory infrastructure that you all have. If there are some of these goals that you would want to make sure that they investigate or carry out, I think that at this stage it's good also to think about who you might identify. So that's really useful. Okay, do we have other goals that are sort of coming to the surface? I think what we'll have to do is just take a couple passes at this. We'll go through this category, go through the next, and then we'll sort of come back and make sure that there weren't, as we go through initiatives, if we have some time for that, then make sure that we capture all the goals. So I don't want you to think as we move topics that we are not coming back to this. Okay, so if we have pretty broad agreement about these so far, then maybe we can move into our discussion about livability and affordability. What might be captured under those two terms? Yeah, Mary?
I was reminded of Bob McCarthy's comments in the public comment section about comprehensive and integrated planning with neighborhood involvement.
Yeah, thank you for bringing back to and elevating those comments that we already heard. And Todd, I appreciate when you make reference to, you did a great data analysis of the previous public input. So anytime we can reference that, it's great. Okay, what else? What are some of the other ways that we might articulate what you want out of a livable and affordable West Linn? Todd?
Thank you, Jen. Speaking of what you just referenced, I'm staring at it right now. The second most often mentioned thing was opposing I-205 tolling. The fifth most often mentioned thing was street maintenance, in particular Highway 43 improvements. Right underneath that was building sidewalks and safe routes to schools. And so, Zach, I want to suggest, no, I didn't want those on the list, Zach. I'm sorry. Yeah, those are more action items. What I wanted to capture is, and again, I don't know if these are the right words, but one I'm going to call, Zach, ease of movement. As in, how comfortably do we get from one end of our community to the other without our fear of massive traffic when people pour onto our side streets because they're getting off I-205? The second one would be safety of movement. So many calls for sidewalks and safe routes to schools and ways to get up and down Salamo and ways to get up and down Merrillhurst and ways to get across Willamette Falls Boulevard, and just trying to think about how easily and how comfortably do we move around our community. And that could, of course, entail trails as well, not just roads and sidewalks.
Great. So what else do we have under? Did that kind of spark for anyone, that, especially thinking about the issue of transportation and about movement?
Bill has his hand up.
Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, it's the window. I'm sorry. Now I see it. Thanks, Doc.
Okay, well, my laundry list. So, I think I'd have to add to the comments there, safety of movement, and maybe enlarge that a little bit to just public safety, to include emergency management and traffic control measures and management plans. So, I think Rob McCarthy mentioned in our land use planning process, there's not a comprehensive process that integrates traffic control studies, and for those that are not that familiar with the city's community development codes and the planning commission, we have a rather fragmented process where we approve development in 10, 15, 20 types of home developments, and we only look at the traffic impacts associated with those new developments rather than looking at a comprehensive plan of how has traffic in general throughout the community been impacted by those additional developments. So we definitely need to have a more comprehensive approach to traffic studies and neighborhood involvement in this planning process that includes these various studies. The other thing that I'll mention is that, we need to be, in order to be livable and affordable, we need to be able to address the most vulnerable of our populations. The elderly, those whose voices traditionally have been marginalized, And I know we've talked about reaching out and going to the people. And I witnessed through this last ice storm, as well as through our pandemic, that every time I brought up issues associated with our emergency management plan and what are we doing to reach out to the elderly population, those living in assisted living communities, the message I keep getting back from city staff is that, well, the county is the one that's responsible for the general health of our population. It's not the city's responsibility. But I'm not comfortable with that. I think the city needs to take ownership of our population and reach out and do more to understand how those elderly are living. And as we have witnessed, most of those assisted living communities did not have emergency management plans because the state and the other agencies that issue them their license to operate are overloaded and don't have the time to look and see, okay, well, do you have an emergency management plan and is it working? So I think we have to go above and beyond.
Yeah, that's great. I'm glad, Bill, that you brought up the issue of emergency management, emergency planning, because I do feel like that was something that you all stated as a concern going into this process, and the attention to vulnerable communities. Is there any articulation within this framework of what might happen with the post office? Oh, and I see, Jules, you have your hand up.
I was just hoping to add having indoor spaces for recreation and community gathering that would not only help keep our population healthy and connected, but also provide space in case of emergencies to seek shelter or, recovery resources.
That's great. Yeah, Todd?
Two other things, Zach, please. One is enhanced recreational opportunities. And the next is protection and connection with our rivers. Yeah, I don't know whether anyone wants to add this, but on that list, I'm sorry, on that compilation of things that our community said in their 270 responses to us, only 9 people referenced this, if I caught it correctly. So that's not a great number, but we do have on this particular heading livable and affordable. So I was thinking about the word affordable. And we had 9 people that mentioned specifically mixed use zoning, affordable housing, implementation of House Bill 2001, 2003. And so, and Rory, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I thought maybe last night you mentioned something about something to do with affordable housing or something, but I don't know if we want to have something along those lines on here or not. I don't know what the language is, but I'm just throwing it out there in case anybody has an idea.
So I had just talked about the idea of mixed use zoning on 43, because that's kind of an opportunity. So maybe the right language is exploring our zoning to look for areas where mixed use and potentially affordable housing could be looked at. I'm not committing to anything, but just exploring it this year with staff and hopefully having some resources dedicated to it. And while I'm speaking, I'll reference one more thing. Part of having a livable community is being able to control development a little bit. And one of the issues we've been having is our city codes, our development code is not clear and objective in a lot of places. And when land use applications come before us, we get they're basically, we can't apply all of our code. So updating our code to make it compliant with state law is something that, and I think is a livability issue for people, so we can enforce our codes when developments come before us. So.
Jules, I see your hand is up. Is that from before? Is that okay? Then I'll go to Todd.
Yeah, I just wanted to note to complement the bullet that Jules had put up there about having indoor spaces for recreation. In our annual reports from our citizen advisory groups, the Robinwood Neighborhood Association referenced the Robinwood Station as their #1 priority.
Yeah, Mary.
Well, I was looking at that line item, and it's not the only one, but I'm also thinking of adding the word accessible indoor spaces, or if it's more preferable and it kind of integrates the idea of the Robinwood Station, having localized indoor spaces. I don't know what anybody else thinks about that. Or maybe that's a separate line item.
Okay, great. Do you all have any reactions to that? Do you think it stays as a separate line item, or do you want to add that language back into having accessible and local indoor spaces? Or do you want to keep it as something separate? Or if we're not sure, we can always bracket this, keep moving, and then as we go back into our initiatives, we can see, does it make more sense to elevate that into the main body, or is this something that's going to refer to a particular initiative that we have in mind? Does that feel okay to move forward? Okay. Do we have other thoughts in this area of livability before we move on? I think the next one is sustainability, isn't it? So there's a little bit of a natural overlap. Okay, so if we move on to our next category, I'm going to adjust my screen here. Okay, so sustainable and supporting a healthy environment. So what are some of the goals around West Linn being more sustainable and healthy environment for everybody? Jules? And then Rory.
Yeah, there's been some talk from TriMet about having some sort of route that goes up Salamo and down Rosemont. And I think that would be terrific to have that type of connection corridor for the last mile for transportation. And also, looking at other alternate modes of transportation, including e-bikes or e-scooters, just a variety of different options to help people move around town that are less, that are more sustainable for our environment.
Great. And then I see Rory, you have a hand up too.
Yeah, I was going to mention something I've been thinking about for a long time is kind of I've seen it in Beaverton, seen it in other cities, like climate action plan, something of that sort, with regarding things like maybe making our city vehicle fleet electric or hybrid, more, reducing our carbon footprint in those ways. I don't know, that might have already been done in the past, but I haven't followed up on that. Looks like Jules may have a follow-up for that.
Yeah, I know that the Sustainability Advisory Board has completed their climate action plan. I'm not sure if it's called that. I think it's called something else. But most of the other cities around us have adopted a climate action plan. So I would really like to see that come before council so we can put that in place. Thank you, Rory, for bringing that up.
Yeah, that's great. And thank you for making that connection with the advisory bodies. The fact that they've done that work and can really be a partner in this. That's great. Okay, other thoughts? Even if at this point it's starting to trickle into initiatives, we can always start to add some subpoints to these. Mary?
Well, this might be an initiative, but I was just thinking about how we could actively engage with this sustainability advisory and also transportation advisory. So I don't know if you want to put it specifically like that or just engage with advisory groups and citizens. I know that Milwaukee, for instance, which is a superpower with this in this area, and they had a whole town hall kind of open house around sustainability and did some really extensive work engaging the public and offering the public options. I mean, I think it's one of those chicken and egg things sometimes where if people aren't aware of a problem, for one thing, or a potential solution, they're not going to ask for it if they don't know it's there. So it's somewhat of an education element too. Sorry, that was kind of a lot.
No, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And thank you for bringing up to, sort of thinking to the future what some of the gaps might be. Okay, other thoughts on sustainability and a healthy community? Yeah, Bill?
Thank you. So I think this is another area where our community development code and our building codes could use some work. For instance, I personally think all homes should have a compostable toilet in them. We all rely upon this sanitary sewer system that we have, but as that system becomes more and more overloaded and in an emergency situation, if that particular system fails, I think we could all benefit from having a compostable toilet on each of our properties. So I think we need to embrace that concept as we start allowing more and more development to occur, because if we don't show some leadership in our effort and start implementing a program that facilitates that idea and those processes, then where does it start?
Yeah, great. Did that capture what you were thinking, Bill, the way that Zach captured it? Awesome. Yeah, Todd?
I know that I placed it in the prior bullet, but I'd like to also add here, please, protect and connect with our rivers. No, leave it there. I don't want to move it, Zach. I want to have it in both places, if that's okay.
Yep, I'm just copying and pasting.
Oh, gotcha. I thought we were deleting. Thanks.
Nope.
My apologies.
Yeah, Rory?
Two things I was going to talk about. One, I think under affordability, it'd be good to have something about opposing tolling or something similar to of that nature. I just forgot about that because I think so many in our community, it was like the #1 issue in the campaign. And I think it's just important that we take a stand as a city. And then the other thing was under sustainability and was with our strengthening our relationship with South Fork Water Board and something about infrastructure, just because infrastructure bills coming up. I think it'd be good to have a goal in case funding comes this year, be prepared for it. But strengthen our relationship with the water board.
Great. Maybe I'll take one more minute in this category, see if there's anything else that's coming up. Oh yeah, Mary.
Well, since it is going to be a big topic of discussion in the near future, I would like to see what other people think about including protection. I mean, we've got protection of the in connection with the rivers, but something about with specific respect to the waterfront development. And I don't know how we'd word that. Protecting riparian area with the waterfront development.
Yeah, Todd, did you have a thought on that? And then Rory?
No, it's a different one, so you can come back to me.
Okay, Rory, did you have a thought on that?
No, I left my hand up on accident, sorry.
I know, it's too bad we have to keep clicking it off. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Todd.
Thank you. I'm wondering in my head whether this bullet fits better under this category, but I think it might actually move back to the other category, which we called what, Zach? What was it called? Yeah, livable and affordable. It probably fits better here. I noticed that in our community survey, the 9th most often mentioned thing. Now, granted, this is only 12 people out of 270, but it is the 9th most often mentioned thing was building trails, particularly along the waterfront, the riverside. Now, I know I'm kind of leaking into initiative there, but I think it fits with that notion of livability in terms of people having alternatives to climate in their vehicle. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for continuing to reference that input. That's really important. And I think it's fine if some of the initiatives are coming out with the goals, that makes a lot of sense in the way that we encounter these issues and the way we're thinking about it. Yeah, Jules.
I'm not sure if this should be under healthy environment or thriving below, but I was thinking about the word healthy, and you know, many of us are lucky that we have access to health insurance and doctors. But that's not the case for everyone, even here in West Linn. So how to I know, as someone has just said, that people always think of the county as the resource for public health. I think Councilor President said that. So and even if that is the case, then partnering with the county and making it easier for people to get access to the services that they need, be it homelessness and houselessness services, health care services, behavioral health, addiction, what else? Oh, anyone like connecting them with Clackamas Women's Services if there's an issue with violence, domestic issues, all sorts of, we pay taxes to the county, and our population should have direct access to those services, and sometimes they're very difficult to navigate. So as a city, if we could partner better with the county to make sure we have a seamless way to get people the help they need when they need it, I think would be, I would feel very good about that.
Yeah, that's great. And I think maybe Zach, because I think you articulated the goal, like to get people help when they need it, how they need it. And then do you, or do you think the goal is actually partnering with the county, or is that more of an initiative?
Well, I know that during the storm, after the ice storm, there were other, and the chair just mentioned this the other day on a call, that, you know, other towns had what they were calling storm recovery centers, resource centers, where people could charge their phones. I mean, they weren't like full-fledged shelters. They were just like kind of a warming center, which was all challenging because of COVID. But there wasn't one on the side of the river. And we sort of went through the same thing with the wildfires too. There was no evacuation sites in Clackamas County on this side of the Willamette River. So I reached out to the head of the Red Cross, and I reached out to the chair of our commission, Judy Smith, and she was like, "Yeah, we'll get you one tomorrow." And luckily, the staff was willing to partner in that, and it came in on a Sunday night, and we set up. And you know, it came at the tail end of the storm, but we finally got it up and running, and it was, you know, a good way to practice for the next natural disaster. But it was very easy, and they had all of these resources available. I wonder if, you know, if sometimes we're just not asking the right person or asking in the right way to connect with these services that we should have available to us.
Oh, great. That makes a lot of sense. Clarifying that there's a lot of different things that fit under that. That makes sense. I think I saw Rory and then Todd.
I was just going to add on a different topic. I haven't seen any language about supporting the business community, and that's something that's important to all of us. So maybe under sustainability or having a sustainable community, like taking action to support our small businesses and local businesses.
Great. And then Todd.
Thank you. My appreciation to Jules for bringing up those other needs. And in the end, this isn't a big deal, Jules, but I wonder if that particular bullet might serve us better under livability and affordability.
Sure, wherever you think it should go, that, you know, I was just trying to, because the word healthy was in there, but it's really towards the environment. But I was trying to figure out a spot that it could also go under thriving. I think probably Rory's support of small business, that could probably go under thriving as well.
Agreed. I was going to suggest the same thing.
Okay.
But, and I don't know if you're amenable to this, but based on the questions that were just asked, we can say partnering with the county. We could also say more broadly, partnering with public and private entities to improve access to services. So we think of other agencies and other nonprofits as well, if you're amenable to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this is another space where the word stakeholder is really helpful. You know, we have Pam Pierce here with Community Living Above, who's an excellent resource for anybody whose family is struggling with, you know, any type of addiction issues. So I think we have tremendous opportunities, even with nonprofits, our faith-based organizations. There are plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, great. I think that you really just highlighted a lot of the good details in there, of the exact partnerships that you have, you know, a goal of creating or maintaining or strengthening. Are there other partnerships that you all are sort of thinking through that you want to make sure that we highlight in this? Or other thoughts you have under this category?
Just to clarify, Jen, are we on to the fourth category now? Or are you still referring to the third one?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think we're still, oh, I see, because we moved to thriving and stakeholder. Okay. So yeah, before we fully launch into this fourth category, is there anything else under sustainable, supporting a healthy environment that we want to make sure we're capturing? Yeah, Mary.
Sorry. I was just going to say we could also include something about partnering with public and private entities on the sustainability. I don't know which, it could go under any item, but there's a lot of entities out there to partner with on sustainability and environmental protection specifically.
Great. So if we move to our next category, which is the, I think captures both what Rory, you had mentioned, like modernization or sort of future oriented and sort of goal planning and community and stakeholder development. So we have sort of both of those ideas in this one category. Yeah, Mary.
Can we take a stretch break?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest, it looks like the agenda, we did not give you a break until 4 o'clock, and I think that that is not going to serve us very well. So maybe if we could, unless you want to take a break now, I'm minimal, but maybe we could just finish up this category and then take like a 10-minute break and then come back and then we'll start to fit in those initiatives. Does that sound like a good plan? Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, so let's just get these last thoughts. Although again, this is a living thing, so if you come back from break and you have some great ideas, we'll definitely revisit it. But yeah, Jules.
I feel like we can't talk about thriving and moving forward without discussing fiscal implications and you know, budget and revenue versus expenditures, all of that. Our budget is going to be key to what we can thrive and move forward.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Todd, do you have another thought too?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to say two things, but before I do, I want to bridge off what Jules just said. Earlier this morning, Bill, in his mission statement, said, his draft city council mission statement, he said, provide leadership to ensure resources are allocated and prioritized in a manner that serves community needs now and in the future. And I really like that language. And I wonder if, Jules, if we can kind of tie that language in with this notion of how do we best manage our resources. So, Bill, you good with that? Zach, I'll read the language to you. Ensure resources are allocated and prioritized in a manner that serves communities' needs. Now and in the future. And when you're ready, Jen, I'll jump to the points I was actually had my hand up for.
Yeah, it looks like Zach captured that.
Well, can I just, I would say that also in that, I want to be strategic in analyzing perhaps new sources of revenue or something like that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad we capture that too. Okay, and then Todd, did you have a hand up? Do you want to make an addition?
Yes, please. Thank you. I just wanted to thank Rory for mentioning supporting small local businesses. It was the third most often mentioned thing in the community survey. The fourth most often mentioned thing, Zach, if we can capture this here, And again, it's getting down into initiative, but I'll give you the language anyway. Continue waterfront development planning. And then Jen, I have just one more. And it relates to a degree what Bill and others said about, taking a good look at our ordinances and codes and making sure that they're structured to serve our community. And I know when I put this one out that we have to balance this against, environmental needs and other community needs. But I'd like to put down, Zach, that we have business-friendly ordinances and codes. And I guess what I mean by that is not only do we want to help businesses, but I want to make sure we're not hurting them.
Great. Do you all have other thoughts? I'm thinking again about the advisory boards that you have. Are there any goals around that community engagement infrastructure that you have?
One thing we've talked about several times this year so far is giving each citizen and community advisory group a project or a goal and to bring to council, so that we're taking using their time and resources as best as we can. I mean, people are taking time off of work and away from their family to be on these boards and groups. I want them to feel like at the end of the year that it's really meant something to the community, and it's not just checking off a box. So I would really like to really brainstorm with the rest of the council about how we can do that best.
Can I add some, going off of that, I mean, when we do some more initiative planning soon, after our break, we could potentially assign certain initiatives or put next to the initiative, like which advisory board could work on it, disaster resiliency, public safety advisory board, et cetera. And, so I think we could do that, and then that would give the group something good to work on. I share your feeling that some people, I think, feel like they haven't done much on the advisory board, and I think we can easily change that because we have good people serving us.
That's a great idea. Mary, you have your hand up.
Yes, I was just going to add, and it may be a natural outcome of what's just been suggested, but that there be an intentional opportunity for the advisory to interact with council. So whether it's a shared meeting at some point, I don't know if that's logistically challenging, but I remember when I was serving on advisory boards, it meant a lot to me to be invited to interact with either the planning commission or the city council. It doesn't have to be specifically only city council, but that meant a lot to me. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Todd, it looks like your hand is up too.
Yes, please. Thank you. On our community survey, the fifth most often mentioned thing was street maintenance and Highway 43 improvements. And then I want to couple that with the fact that in the annual report, the Economic Development Committee said their top focus in 2021 is Highway 43 rezoning. So I don't know whether we want a goal along the lines of, someone help me with language. I don't want to get projecty, so I'm trying to get broader. Examine our zoning to something. Help me. Our zoning to support economic development. I don't know. Mary, help.
Well, in a recent conversation Rory and I were having, we talked about how rezoning and then attracting a more diverse, business and also housing could attract funding, because one of the problems that West Linn has had, I can speak from experience being on the Transportation Advisory Board, is approaching regional funding and being told we don't qualify as with enough need. Again, back to my being trapped in a wealthy community and not having the resources to have accessibility because you don't maybe have a car. That sort of catch-22. I didn't really help with the wording though, sorry. But I thought that was important to include in there somehow, is this.
Could we put something just very generic, Zach, like re-examine our zoning to support community goals?
Jules, I see your hand is up too.
Yeah, I was going to say that Rory brought that up earlier, and also when we were speaking with John Williams, he said that it would really help to have some consultants come in to help with that work. I know the EDC started that work last year, and I think what was his price tag? 100,000. So that's a lot. So finding some way to fund that type of work, I think would be it grants. He said they applied for 2 grants, which they didn't get. Maybe we can look for some other funding opportunities in grants. So thank you.
I think I'm going to sneeze. American Recovery Act. Oh, excuse me. All right. I'm better now.
Exactly.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick while we're on this topic? The Economic Development Committee and one of the neighborhood associations, but I can't remember which one, they made reference to accessory dwelling units. I don't know what that's about.
Those are like, when people build small, like cottages in their backyard, they used to call them like mother-in-law, houses or whatever. That's an accessory dwelling unit, and those can be helpful to have on property to include in our housing inventory, so that people can rent those out for much less than somebody needed to rent out a huge home. Or you'll see sometimes like older parents, like we are becoming, Todd, move into those smaller accessory dwelling units and then letting the perhaps younger family members live in the larger home. But also some people just build them and use them as Airbnbs, so.
Thank you.
Great, Rory, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that bullet point. It could be re-examine our zoning to support community economic development and transportation goals. Because I've always seen Highway 43 as kind of a big picture idea where it's like, if you rezone it, then you can make the case for more infrastructure funding once we have the vision in place for here's what this could look like with community input, et cetera. So but I'm really excited about that. So.
Great. And then Jules, is your hand up? Okay, do we have anything else that we want to add before we take a little break? Todd?
This can be a rhetorical question for us to pause on, but on our community survey, the #1 thing mentioned was police reform and oversight. And so I want a chance to go back through everything we've written so far and see if we've honored that in some of the goals that we've set, because we obviously didn't say that directly, but I just want to make sure that we at least addressed it adequately in some of these goals we set.
Yeah, do you have an articulation around what that goal might be?
No,
Maybe-
I need to be able to see Zach's list to see if we, in some manner, addressed it somewhere else.
Okay, so maybe this is a great time
We
unless,
very well may have, yeah.
yeah, if anyone else has any thoughts, maybe this is a good time we can pause and then take a 15-minute break, stretch, and then examine this list and see, what do we leave out? Did we capture, the ideas that the community members have given you? Todd?
As we go forward, I just want to make a request of Zach, even if he needs to make a new copy of this doc. As we go through a winnowing process, I'd like to not lose some of the things we have here. So if we can keep this initial brainstorm whole, even if we choose to make some changes going forward, because I'd like to be able to refer back to this list and not have anything lost. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's great. Okay, then if everyone's amenable, why don't we take a 15-minute break and reconvene at 2:25, and then we'll spend 5 minutes just kind of going back through it, and then we'll spend our next hour maybe putting in some initiatives, and then our last 30 minutes thinking about some measurements or some sort of ways that we might make sure that we've met our success goals and our equity goals. Does that sound okay? Okay, well, I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Hopefully my internet won't keep giving out. It's made this a little more exciting.
If it makes you feel better, I had to issue the same edict to my kids. I'm like, get off the internet. We're using the bandwidth.
I know, one's on the Xbox, another one's watching TikTok. Oh my goodness.
You should try wiring your internet. I bought a 30-foot cable so that I could do these meetings. It goes from my computer room to the computer and it solved the problem. It doubles your speed just having a hard wire connection.
Great idea. You know, Shane was talking about that in the beginning, and it's just more secure too. So I should do that now that the pandemic is hopefully coming to an end. Hey Jerry, how you doing?
I'm good. I just had a very lonely lunch in that lunchroom alone because Kathy like sort of indicated that she would be here, and then you can see that terrible artwork that she has up on her walls that she'd rather be with. But I'm fine other than that.
I thought Kathy was on vacation this weekend. But you worked yesterday and today.
She's
doing vacation.
She's doing one of those working vacations.
Oh yeah, I know those. I know those.
When we talked about cross training, I wasn't kidding. I mean, it is something that we need to do.
Yeah.
And thank you, Kathy, for working on your vacation.
You know, her daughters painted those paintings, by the way, Jerry.
It says Monet on the back of
I'm
those
just
things.
kidding. I'm just kidding. Just trying to make you feel bad. All right. Is everybody here?
Yeah, thank you, Mary, so much for being attentive to we all needed a little stretch break. I feel refreshed and I appreciate you bringing that up. So maybe Zach, we can toggle back to our slides, and I don't know if anyone else got a chance just to take a peek at the list and see, you know, one, to go back to Todd's question, did we appropriately address or completely address the issue of police reform? And then two, if there's anything to add. And then I see, Jules, that your hand is up.
Yeah, I had some thoughts that I meant to bring to the table. I think I've been so focused on trying to fit things into each section that I kind of, you know, not paying attention to my broader ideas. But one is I really wanted to, you know, we've got a lot of it in here already, but the focus nationally right now and statewide is infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. It's every conversation I've been having since the ice storm, since Biden was, you know, brought into office. So I just really want to make sure that I'm capturing that, you know, that this captures what one of the things that is my goal is looking at our infrastructure in a broad way. And we have a lot of that in there as far as waterfront master planning should be in there. Highway 43, like you say, zoning enhancements, safety enhancements, multimodal opportunities. But also I wanted to look at, you know, like the public works ops facility, city hall. Is it time to be in a more efficient city hall than we have at the moment? How's that going to look after COVID? Do we need, what other type of civic infrastructure could we use? Like a town plaza or a, you know, a performing arts center. I mean, I'm just sort of like, I mean, these are lofty goals, but I'm throwing them out there. Other cities have them, and they're a great place for people to connect, and also provide resources for people in their needs in the city. So I just wanted to throw that out there for everybody to kind of chew on.
Yeah, I wonder, is there a way to articulate an infrastructure goal that then we could have these sort of move some of these ideas under that goal? Or do you think that we need, you know, both the specificity of the particular goals that we mentioned, as well as an overarching commitment to better infrastructure? How are you all thinking?
I don't know. I'd be interested to hear what other people think. I mean, I almost feel like it's really the theme of the next few years is going to be infrastructure work and building jobs and creating spaces, enhancing safety and livability. All of that ties in with infrastructure. So I would love to hear other people's thoughts.
Yeah, I see. Rory, you have your hand up.
I think there's an initiative infrastructure as a broad thing, and then there's some initiatives we can tie to that, like the Public Works Operations Center. And I was also thinking earlier today about the pipe replacement issue on the 205 freeway and how that's going to be coming up this coming year, probably or next few years, making a decision on that. So all those sorts of things are infrastructure based and important.
Great. Yeah, and I appreciate Jules, you taking a step back and realizing, you know, what are the ideas that you're already coming to the table with, you know, that we may have missed as we kind of structured it this way. Do other people have responses to either infrastructure or another way that you'd want to articulate this goal or add to this goal? Todd?
Thank you. If Rory's comfortable with this, I'd broaden the pipe work. And what I mean by that is, you know, like all of you did when you started the past month, I had an opportunity to have a conversation with all the directors. And, you know, I asked Lance specifically about our water system, because I remember before we rebuilt the Bolton Reservoir, you know, it had been reported to us in the budget committee that that so much of our current water infrastructure is so antiquated that we literally have some mains that are 100 years old, and that we're just in Band-Aid application mode right now. And so, Rory, if you're comfortable with this, I would just broaden that to just water infrastructure in general.
Go ahead. I'm comfortable with that.
I think Rory's earmarking, so the water pipe that's under the Abernathy Bridge, because they're going to be doing that work, we have an opportunity to upgrade that pipe. It's going to cost more money. So it's one of those, like, do we spend now? Do we not spend now? I mean, it's a lot of money, but you know, that was placed, that pipe was put into action in what, Rory, was it 1970? I think it's the same year I was born, so it's not getting any younger, for sure.
And it's exposed, so it gets more weather. So anyway, that was what I was mainly focusing on. But I agree with Todd. I mean, I remember looking at and I was focusing on that because we got a presentation about it at the South Fork Water Board meeting. But I mean, I've looked at I think it's a stormwater master plan. There's something where it says condition of all the pipes, and there's lots of areas where there's a need for repairs. And I think Bill probably has more expertise on that. He just put his hand up, so I'll turn it over to Bill.
Great. Yeah. Bill.
Yeah, I just want to dovetail into this conversation. So a couple of months ago, we did have this presentation from ODOT about the various options associated with what we're going to do with the water pipe that runs underneath the Abernathy Bridge. And then in last month's South Fork Water Board meeting, I asked a question about, well, where's the line of demarcation from the plant that services our water supply and the Abernathy Bridge? Because even though we've had discussion about what are our options underneath the Abernathy Bridge, we really haven't had an opportunity to understand what the infrastructure is like from the South Fork Water Board plant to the Abernathy Bridge. So I think when I brought up that conversation, somehow I mentioned, you know, how can we collaborate with the current effort underway where the South Fork Water Board is planning on expanding the size of their water treatment plant. And I asked, how could we dovetail this Abernathy Bridge project into that discussion with the feds for grant funding and other things that the South Fork Water Board is planning on doing. But I think we need to engage our Public Works Director at this point to understand what does our entire infrastructure look like as far as our water supply, and how can we facilitate that discussion with the South Fork Water Board? And that may be what Councilor Bielostowski was talking about when he said how to have a better relationship with the South Fork Water Board. But I'm not sure. Rory, could you potentially expand on what you meant by that?
Yeah, I've just heard in the past that there's been a rocky relationship between Public Works and South Fork Water Board, and I just wanted to make sure that that was a priority for the coming year with all these infrastructure projects on the upcoming, is that we have a good working relationship with them, and so that was what that was about, and it ties into all this stuff because we all have to work as a team to accomplish these important infrastructure goals. So that was my purpose of putting that in there. So you're correct, Bill.
Yeah, and I'd just like to ask Rory and Mayor Walters, what was your perception of how that discussion was received by John Collins and the other members of the South Fork Water Board, the CEO and the new CEO, when we brought up this discussion about, trying to tie in the Abernathy Bridge and the upgrade of that pipe to their grant opportunity? Do you think it was well received, or do you think they potentially misinterpreted the discussion, meaning that we were trying to jump on the back of their project instead of working in collaboration with them?
I felt it was more collaborative, but did I miss something in there? I felt like it was a more collaborative discussion. And very forward thinking in that, like, if we're going to be doing repairs and replacement, we should replace that pipe as well. And you brought up the demarcation of which pipes we own and which they're in charge of, but it sounded to me, and I could be incorrect if you correct me, that anything on that side of the bridge is also our responsibility. Is that correct?
If we're not sure, maybe we can put that as part of the goal, just to make sure that that's knowledge that everyone has. Would that capture it?
Yeah, sure. That would be fine. I just didn't know because Bill asked us a question. I don't know if Rory has anything to add.
I don't really know how it was received. I think we could definitely follow up and be more intentional with our communication in the future with John and Wyatt. And I think there would definitely be, I don't see them saying, no, we're not going to help out with the, or not looking to help you with grant funding. I think it's a collaborative work. So
I thought it was clear too that, South Fork Water Board as one entity could secure certain financing tools, but the city itself could also access on its own financing tools such as WIFIA to help offset those costs.
Bill, did you want to respond, or do you feel like that kind of answered what you were getting at? If not, then we can maybe pivot back to Todd. You had asked the question about making sure that we had captured police reform in some of these, or the articulation of community input about police reform in some of these goals.
Thank you, Zach. Let's go back to the first. heading? Is there value, council, in adding one that says reform training, reform hiring, training, and oversight of police?
Yeah, that sounds great, or even just continue with our work on police reform and accountability.
Okay, great. Looks like we have some agreement from Mary. Anyone have any disagreement or any other points that you wanna bring up under that as a particular goal?
I just thank Todd for bringing it up because it's important to all of us. I think we just kind of glanced over it on accident, but I'm glad we got it in there.
Todd?
Jen, I'm going to throw this out now, and I have zero expectation of anyone when I say this, but if we reach 4 o'clock and we haven't gotten where we want to be today, I personally am comfortable going past that. I just want to put that out there.
That one I want to ask Jerry. I know because we have a public agenda, is it okay for us to go over that time? Or Mary, do you have an answer for that?
Oh no, do I have my hand up?
Oh, uh-huh.
Oh, whoops.
I'll just say, Jen, that this council has gone over before. Not this particular council, but the Westland City Council has gone over its ending time before. So I think we're fine on that end. Jerry, correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think there's a problem. I think Kathy would probably know better than I would, but I'm assuming it's fine.
It's fine. Like Jill said, we've gone over before.
And plus, this helps interrupt Kathy's weekend off even more, so that's good.
Poor Kathy.
Okay, but I also want to, regardless how over we go today, just the idea that all of this is something that you'll revisit and will live and breathe. And we definitely want staff, to give their input to. And so this is definitely not the end of the process, because I will say I have a babysitter, and so I won't be able to personally be here much further after 4, which doesn't mean that Zach or you couldn't continue this process, but just to put it out there.
I actually have a commitment at 4 o'clock too, unfortunately. So,
Oh, I saw in upcoming events you have a happy hour or something directly after.
actually, no. This is something different. It's a school board candidate kickoff event. I can be late. It's not a big deal. I just wanted to put that out there. I wanted to mention that at some point, the fact that, and I don't know where exactly this would go, and it might be an initiative, but in respect to the issue with Michael Fesser and the police, I don't know, not accountability. It was kind of community restorative community building, I guess it might be called. There's been discussion of having some dialogues between, I mean, we could say generally, inviting dialogues with other communities. And I know that that's it. I don't want to downplay the importance of specifically with Michael Fesser, the agreement kind of that the city has made. It's kind of informal, but to hold some kind of space and to talk, that I don't really know that has happened yet. But I don't know where that would go. I just wanted to put that out there. Does anybody else have a thought on that?
Well, I know that we've done a few meetings, or that they've all been affected by COVID. So we had the town hall that was virtual. we've had, the city hasn't sponsored, but has attended, you know, the events in the park, different gathering spots. So, so I feel good that we've had those interactions, but if definitely there's a sense that we need to continue that dialogue, I support that. I mean, I know we need to continue the dialogue, but I mean, with Mr. Fesser in person, that, you know.
Todd?
Thank you. Since it came up, I just wanted you all to be aware that Mr. Fesser and I right now are working on a gathering between some students from his kid's school and my sophomore students at Westland High School. We're doing a little shindig 2 weeks from yesterday.
I'd love to hear more about that, Todd, offline.
You bet. It's a pretty cool concept. We're going to introduce each other's communities to each other.
That's very cool. Are there other ways in which we might look at these goals under that lens? Or do you feel like that we've sort of captured how you might articulate goals around police reform? Does this feel like we sufficiently addressed it, I guess, is the question? Yeah. Okay. Then why don't we, were there other, I guess, Todd, maybe let me bounce it back to you. Were there other things that you noticed in the community input that you want to elevate before we go back through the list and think about particular initiatives? Okay, great. Seems I really appreciate your attention to it. It's been really fruitful. So then Zach, maybe if we can go back through, or conversely, again, if there are initiatives, just as we're talking, that you remember staff bringing up, or our old initiatives, or are things you've observed in the budget, or, you know, specific ideas that you're already coming to the table with, we can do it out of order, which is a place to start. So I'm going to have you read it, except that it's so tiny on my screen.
Okay. This is the unwordsmithed version, by the way. Number one, we have diversity being reflected in city staff, public safety staff, and citizen advisory groups. 2, all voices are heard. 3, going to where people are / meeting people where they are at. 4, celebrate our different cultures and create opportunities to learn more about each other. 5, look for ways to introduce equity measures into the land use process. Number 6, ensure accessibility. 7, be intentional about reaching out to groups that are working on DEI issues. Number 8 is possibly a DEI advisory committee. And number 9, reform hiring, training, and oversight of the police department and continue the existing review process that's underway. 10, look for opportunities for restorative community building and create space for dialogue.
Jules?
Yeah, this might be more of an initiative, but the goal of the equity audit is to gather the data to create an equity plan. So that definitely should be on our docket this year, but that could probably go under initiatives.
Todd?
Sorry, Jen, I think I'm confused on what we're doing right now. So are we deciding whether we want to add anything else to these? Is that what we're doing?
I think it's how might we flesh these out with any initiatives or specific policies or specific actions that we might take under these goals.
Okay, so you're actually asking, now that we have these goals here, do we want to have Zach do some indent initiatives within some of these?
Yeah.
We're in initiative mode now. Perfect. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, or as we look at these, if there's a reason to go back and edit or reformulate, or there's anything else, you know, we don't have to strictly go in that order, but yeah, now we can kind of dive down a little deeper. Yeah.
Okay, an initiative for number 3, Zach. I want to call it community gatherings for significant issues. And what I mean by that, to give you some background, I did this as an exercise just to try it a few weeks ago, but since a couple people wrote us about Skyline Ridge pickleball courts, so I wanted to learn more about that. So I went up there on a nice Sunday afternoon and I knocked on 20 doors and asked people how they felt about it. And it was interesting only because the data came back from all the doors I knocked on 2 to 1 saying we would like to have the pickleball courts there. And that was revealing, considering that we had shut them down because we thought the neighborhood didn't want them. And I just offer that as an example of the kind of things I want to do. For example, when we start talking about the Dollar Street Middle School, you know, I envision leaving a little half sheet of paper tucked into a doorknob that says, we're going to have a community gathering literally out here on the street, on this corner, in this quiet cul-de-sac, on this day and this afternoon. Come on out with your mask on, standing 6 feet from each other, and let's talk about your thoughts on this. And other things, when those are going on, it really has, it's this flavor of not just putting stuff on a website, not just hearing from people that are in our formal institutions and entities, but literally going to where people are and engaging these. They don't have to be formal. They can be just informal things where we hear from people and talk to them about our thinking and get reactions. And I mean, sometimes, to be honest with you, it might be going there to say, we just made a decision and you may or may not like this, but we're at least coming to talk to you about it.
Yeah, that's great. Do others have any initiatives or policy ideas on trying to increase meeting people where they are? Or any thoughts about how this might become something that we could translate into an actionable, you know, like proposing to have 5 next year, and then you can see, did we have 5? Yes or no? You know, ways of phrasing this so that we know later, did we succeed at what we set out to do? Or maybe we can just take a step back and let's just get some of these initiatives out. Rory?
I was just going to ask Jerry if he had any thoughts on this, on ways to meet people where they are as a city manager. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I know this is one of your areas of passion.
I was gonna send a column. I wrote a column for the Alliance for Innovation, which is a branch of the ICMA, called "Go Where They Are, Not Where They Want, Not Where You Want Them to Be," and I will send it to all of you after this. But it really is the blueprint for what we did in Minnesota, and we can do the same thing here. It's exactly in line with what Councilor Jones just mentioned. So I'm excited that we're all thinking on the same page.
Todd?
Jen, do you want us to just keep shooting out initiatives?
I do, yeah. Let's get them. Anything off the top of your head? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't even really have to be in this set order. Just what's coming out for you all.
Okay, thank you. For number 9, and forgive me, folks, if I get the acronym wrong, but the consultant out of LA that did the review of our police investigation procedures, or the OIR. Okay, and please, anyone fix this language, because I don't know if the language is appropriate, but implement the OIR recommendations. Did I capture that correctly, team?
Yes, and I think that Jerry's already working on that as we speak. And it would also be recommendations from the Police Oversight Task Force.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Jules, because right up front, I'll tell everybody some of the things I threw out today, they're not necessarily new things. They might very well be things that we're doing, but I just want to capture them here.
Todd?
On number 1, I'd like to put partner with community organizations to encourage participation in CAGs. That's our acronym for Citizen Advisory Group, CAGS. For example, I just had a nice conversation the other day with Lonnie Shoemaker, who's with Westland Alliance. And I asked Lonnie, if we have some openings in our community advisory groups, and I go to you and say, there's an opening in this group, this is what this group does, can you help us find some people from some traditionally underrepresented communities to apply for this? And she goes, I'd love to. So.
Corey has his hand up.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to address number 5, equity and land use process. By that, I had talked to a city attorney a long time ago about this, and the initiative is kind of maybe seeing if we're able to provide more information about the land use process, like a sheet of information or a website, a page on a website talking about kind of how it works. You know, I think sometimes we have hearings where people come and they don't give a code argument, but then that's what's actually, so we can't even really consider their argument. So I'd like to I think people would be happier if they were able to do that. And I know city attorney's done that in the past, held like, he's given information on that at like maybe a town hall sort of thing. I don't know. We could talk to him more about it, but that was my idea for that.
That's great. Jules, did you want to speak too?
Yeah, I was actually going to jump in and do what Rory said, and maybe we could plan a work session with the planning department about how to proceed with that in the way that makes most sense. But also, I wanted to touch base on the DEI Advisory Committee number 8. I don't know if we need, Rory, do you know if we would need to do a charter amendment to include another CAG, or maybe Kathy has the answer? Otherwise, I think that's something we can get going now. Like, we just have to decide to do it. So maybe we can visit that on one of our next agendas.
I think we can. I think that might be the citizen advisory groups in our municipal code. I've seen the chapter, and I think the council can set them up. But that's a legal question that Tim or someone else could answer. But I don't think we need a charter amendment for it. So maybe some other process.
Okay. Okay, great. Todd, I see your hands up.
Thank you. Zach, if you'd scroll down a bit. Oh, thank you. You took care of it. Number 11, I thought it said create equity plan. I was going to add equity lens, but you already did that. Good. If we could go back up, please, to number 2. On all voices are heard, I'd like to add, I'm sorry. Rory, you and I talked about this the other day. I don't know what verb I want to put, but how about recharge our youth advisory council? And what I mean by that is when the Youth Advisory Council was created under the leadership of Councilor Jenny Tan about, I want to say 7-8 years ago, the initial vision for it was that it was literally going to be an advisory body, that they would be the voice of youth and advise the council. But it's evolved into being a community service group, which obviously has value. But I would like to see if we can explore getting that group back to its original charge, which is to provide us some authentic feedback from the youth perspective on what's going on in the city and what we're all doing.
Mary?
On number 4, I was wondering if we could maybe have the library and the Arts and Culture Advisory work together, maybe to create series of cultural celebrations. I mean, they would, they could take it any direction they wanted. So I don't want to be too specific about it. And maybe this is already being done, actually. It may exist and I just am not aware of it.
I'm
The
sorry, you
arts
said the
and, arts
library.
and, yeah, Arts and Culture Advisory.
Thank you.
And Todd?
Thank you. Zach, will you scroll slowly through the list? Because I want to see if the thing I'm going to throw out, if it fits underneath one of these goals or if it warrants a new goal. Thank you. I think it's actually going to be a new goal, please, if you'll add a 12. But let's call it utilize our community human resources. And we don't need to get too deep into this right now, friends, but what I want to recognize is that we don't have to feel that every initiative that our city does has to be done by city council. And I'd love to explore with you all this notion of a community liaison. Someone that's not necessarily elected, but someone that we know has knowledge for a particular issue and heart for a particular issue to play some kind of informal but recognized role with us and working with us to keep abreast of certain situations. So for example, Mr. McCarthy today, obviously it's clearly important to him to work on the post office. For Russ Axelrod, he has such a heart for the Locks project. Kim Bria is all over I-205 tolling. So, and Mr. McCarthy this morning mentioned, he suggested you need to look at Mr. Mallory as a great resource for economic development. So I just want us to see, are there some ways that we can not just put people in CAGs, but literally find ways to take advantage of their knowledge and their commitment to issues, to partner with them and knowing what's going on and coming up with our best strategies.
I wonder, as we're going through this category, you have a committee for citizen involvement? Is there anything in this goal setting that they might address or inform or partner with you on? Or not, we can put that aside and move on to other initiatives that are on the top of your mind.
We could certainly share that with them at their next meeting. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, I'm trying to see, Zach, what are some that don't have initiatives or any action items under them yet? Looks like we
have just a broad category for accessibility.
Todd?
I just want to propose that we not feel compelled that we have to have action items under every single goal statement that's here.
Is that and for the rest of you? Like it's okay to have a goal and not necessarily have to fit every initiative or action item under it?
I almost feel like at that item 6 could say accessibility lens, because really it's about so many things. It's not just one. It shouldn't be just one initiative anyway.
I almost feel like some of them can be combined with each other too, some of the bullet points.
Yeah, were there some that were kind of jumping out for you, Jules? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I was just going to say accessibility and equity tend to lend each other together. We have a couple of points about DEI that might be able to merge together. And I understand that accessibility has many definitions and it is somewhat separate, but it is kind of under that umbrella of equity. So it can stand alone if we want it to, or it can be joined in, specifically named, but joined in with some other line item.
Yeah, Todd, did you have a thought on that?
No, exactly right. That, as you said earlier, this is a living document that we're working on right now. So I don't want to feel that we have to capture some initiative under everything because we might decide to combine some, we might decide to eliminate some. So we drafted them earlier, okay, that doesn't mean in the end we're going to keep them. So I just wanted us to be free of feeling like we had to fill a blank under everything.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I may just elevate the ones that don't have an initiative as we go through, just to make sure that we're capturing everything. But I think your point is good that, yeah, don't feel like we have to do it that way for every single goal. But looking at this list, do we have other initiatives or action items that fit under what you're seeing on your screen, or should we continue scrolling to our next category? Okay, so maybe we'll scroll down just a little bit and then we can pop back up if something comes to mind. So the next is our livable and affordable. And then I'm sorry, do you mind reading them again, Zach?
Yep. So number 1, integrate neighborhood involvement into the planning process. 2 is a broad category for ease of movement, and under that are tolling discussions. 3 is safety of movement. 4 is public safety, particularly through emergency management and traffic control lens, coming up with a more comprehensive approach to that. 5 is addressing the most vulnerable populations, including the elderly and marginalized voices. 6 is having indoor spaces for recreation and community gathering, both for livability perspective and in emergency situations, having gathering places. And then we talked about if we wanted to add language about accessibility and localized indoor spaces. Number 7 is enhanced recreational opportunities. Number 8 is protection and connection with our rivers. Number 9 is exploring our zoning system, looking for opportunities for mixed use development and affordable housing. Number 10 is update the development code. Number 11 is building trails, particularly along the waterfront. 12 is examining civic infrastructure needs, and some of those needs may be the Public Works Operations Center and water infrastructure, particularly the Abernathy Bridge pipe, and any ways that we can strengthen the relationship with the water board, particularly for grant opportunities.
And Jules?
Add community gathering spaces to that as well.
See, Bill has his hand up.
So we have the Robinwood Station. I know there's been a lot of discussion with the Bolton Station as a community center, and I think we could use some more community-oriented stations throughout West Linn. So taking advantage of any of those old fire stations, the Sunset Fire Hall could be one for the Sunset community, but there's a number of them throughout the city that we could ensure that we have community gathering spots in the event of an emergency. The other thing I'd like to capture here is discussion about the post office. So I know Bob McCarthy mentioned, actually having a United States post office. It seems to be something that has a presence that the community wants to ensure that we have going into the future. But I still think it's worth our time to explore the options of having private post office entities throughout West Linn instead of just one central post office, we would have multiple post offices because the demographics in West Linn, when I say demographics, about the topography, there is no one central center of the city. Each different neighborhood has its own center, so to speak. And I think each of those entities, so the Safeway Center, the Bolton neighborhood, the Willamette neighborhood, could each benefit from having some kind of a postal presence.
Yeah, thank you, Bill, for bringing that forward because I know that that was part of the earlier discussion and want to make sure that we capture that. Yeah, are there other goals or anything maybe that we heard from staff that we want to make sure is captured in here too?
I just had a question for the group about the tolling component. I was just wondering how people feel about what we should include in this kind of aspirational goal document that we may approve on, about how we feel about tolling, because I think a lot of people expect that the council oppose it. I don't know how people feel. I was hoping some language get in there, just stating as general policy that we don't like the idea because it kind of targets our community, but I don't know how others feel. I was just wondering. I think that's one of the bigger issues that people are concerned about.
Jules? And then Mary?
Yeah, I agree about the tolling and, it's a conversation that we've been having since 2018. In fact, Rory, you and I went up to ODOT in Portland and testified against tolling in June, July of 2018, a long time ago. So we keep plugging away, trying to make sure that it doesn't happen here, especially not just here in West Linn and Gladstone. So I think, continuing to advocate against it at the county and the state level is essential. But also recognizing that we may not have as much control over that as you think we would. I mean, it is part of HB 2017 that passed when Representative Parrish was at the state legislature. So, it's the law at the moment. So, I know there are some pieces of legislation advocating for some change in that. And we should continue to support that as it comes up.
Yeah, Mary, I think you're next.
I don't really have anything more to add other than what Jules just said.
And I was just looking to see how we put that into words and document. It looks like we've done that.
Okay, great. Are there any, like as I'm reading through this list, the issue of enhanced recreational opportunities, are there any initiatives or policies or goals that go under that? Todd?
You're all going to have to correct me on this, but I think at one point we had a general obligation bond set aside for a river park or a water park. And I'd like to capture that under this one, please. You can just put geo bond funding for river or water park. And I'm sorry, I should have helped with that, Zach. Literally the letters G and O. It's an acronym for general obligation. Sorry.
Jules?
And I don't know if we need to add it here because we have it in other places about an indoor recreation center. So we could put that in here, but also I would like to make sure that we capture that we had our parks director mention some additional needs in some additional staffing needs, or maybe Jerry did it for Ken in parks. And that also our HR director mentioned some, you know, to not have any more layoffs or cutting of hours, and that there are needs to hire more people. So somehow we need to capture that in here of how we can support the city in making that doable. And maybe Jerry has a way to help us articulate that.
I'm not sure what if that would go under a goal, but I know what you're saying. Because the needs are Jen or Zach, the needs are beyond recreation. So I don't know how we fit that in.
Maybe under the more future looking category, like building a thriving community, maybe that involves staffing levels.
Agreed.
Yeah, Rory?
I was going to add in the part of what can help with recreation and just general staffing is grant opportunities and figuring out how we can get a staff member or somebody to help prioritize the need to get grants and stuff to help fund things. So I know that's a big priority, and they've been helpful to the city in the past with when we've gotten the grants.
Yeah, and then, oh, no, your hand went down.
Yes, and Jerry, the council would like full-time staff also and free meals. Loaner cars, health insurance, whatever you got.
Todd?
Thank you. Under number 2, pursue regional, state, and federal funding. Regional, state, and federal for Highway 43 and Willamette Falls improvements. Your call, Zach, and whether you want to capture the exact same initiative under number 3, but it applies to number 3 as well. And then also under number 3, I would like to put continue GeoBond projects on safe routes to schools. Under our public comment, we got quite a few comments about sidewalks and safe routes. I don't have the list right in front of me, but was this, do you remember earlier, Jules, when you brought up the question about partnering with other agencies and organizations in providing support services? Did we put this under this one, or did we keep it under the environment one?
I'm sure maybe Zach knows. I will tell you that I've been
Oh, there it
asking
is.
about,
It's number 1.
I've been asking for safe routes to schools for 2 years. Lance is ready to kill me over that. But we could keep on it. Hopefully we'll get to it soon.
Zach, could we add to this one? Again, this is an example of something that's being done, but I still want it to be flagged here. Can you put our partnership with Lake Oswego on police, mental health, and social services?
Okay, do we feel like we're out of brainstorming initiatives on this section and want to move to our next section, or do you all have some lingering ideas? Looks like I see Todd and then Rory.
Rory can go. I just went.
Okay, Rory.
I was just gonna say an initiative for number 9 is to support the Economic Development Committee's work on Highway 43. Because they've been looking into that, and then under, oh, well, I'll wait for you to, don't want to go too fast. And then under 10, update the community development code was just about bringing them up to clear, making them clear and objective to be in compliance with state law, which might take a little bit of some resources, but I think it's worthwhile endeavor in my opinion.
Okay, Todd, did you have some thoughts, and then we'll go to Jules?
Yes, number 11, please. Continue geo bond projects on Riverside Trail. I guess project, it doesn't need to be plural. My mistake, Zach, thank you.
Okay, and then Jules.
Where did we just put about fiscal? We put something in about hiring and looking for revenue, blah blah blah. Yes, somewhere in there. I think as a council, we should look at our legal services and examine. I know that we're over budget, so taking a look at that and finding ways to perhaps make that more efficient and within the scope of the budget.
Jules, did you indicate you wanted that to be a new goal, or I thought I heard you say you wanted it under 9? Maybe I misunderstood.
It could be under. It doesn't have to be. It's more of an action item than a, than a goal. I know I'm confusing the words, and it's more of an initiative than a goal. Is that right?
Mary, see your hands up.
Yes, I had wanted to add, seems like we were on a different section. I can't find it now, what number it is, but about, oh, it's number 8. Working with Willamette River Keeper. And I don't know if we want to be less specific than that, but Willamette River Keeper, among others, on this goal. I also wanted to point out, it's kind of nitpicky, but Abernethy Bridge is Nethy. I know that's weird because everybody says Abernathy, but it's really Nethy.
Okay, great. Are there other thoughts on this section? Todd?
I don't know that we need to write them again, but there's a couple things that I mentioned that could easily fit underneath number 8, including the Riverside Trail and the River Park. No, that would be under 8. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, and then is it okay if we scroll to our next sustainability and supporting a healthy environment. Looks like that's our section that maybe we can spend some time putting some initiatives under.
Yeah, do you want me to read it back real quick?
Yeah, is that helpful to read them, or are you all sort of scanning it? Okay. Were there some sort of specific ideas under improved public transportation? I remember as that topic was coming out, I remember hearing some really specific ideas.
I think I had mentioned that TriMet was looking at a corridor through Rosemont, up Rosemont Road, up Solano, which would be great for last mile connectivity. And then under that, it says exploring other transportation options. And I just threw out, like e-bikes and e-scooters and yeah, what else? And, I think we go through this particular goal a lot, but we've added it many times, but making sure that we continue to build out our electric fleet, especially now that we have charging stations.
Where do we have charging stations?
I don't know if they've arrived yet. We have 3, right? So 2 will be going to Public Works, and then 1 will be up at City Hall for public use. Is that correct, Jerry?
That sounds right.
That's actually what I was going to mention. Was I've been hearing federally in the news about increased excitement over charging infrastructure, and so maybe there would be funding available potentially. I was also going to mention just looking for funding for, well, at least 1 and 2, I guess. Are continuing, not that it has been happening, but can continue. Yeah. I would also love to see if there's any possibility. I know Jerry has needs more things to do. But Jerry has a lot of great ideas about sustainability. So if there could be some kind of staff engagement on sustainability, I know that everyone's really already pretty maxed out, but any ideas you have, Jerry, would be welcome.
Sure. Just so everybody in the council knows too, that I've taken on the role as the sustainability staff, or rephrase, the liaison to the SAB, and we've started doing some of that work. And now, as I have a little bit more time, I want to continue that more. So I'll be working on that.
Are there any initiatives that you all want to add under the Adopt a Climate Action Plan? Any like first steps in the next year you would want to take for that goal? Mary?
Well, one thing we could do is, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel, we can collaborate with Milwaukee because they have a sustainability staff person. And they've done a lot of that work. Her name is Natalie Rogers, to be specific.
That's great, because that also meets your goal of broader collaboration with nearby agencies. So that's great. Jules?
This one, did we put on here as a goal? We talked about an emergency management position. And doing some, sorry, I'm starting to starting to not think clearly. Doing a look back at what worked and didn't work, obviously after the ice storm, and actually over the last year with our several different issues that we've had. Doing some of that and making improvements in our emergency preparedness and resiliency plans, including CERT training. That's something I proposed as a goal 2 years ago, but I think, instead of just talking about it, we need to start investing in some of that as well.
Do we want to keep in this section, or do you all feel like we want to look to our engagement and moving forward section now? Todd?
If you're all comfortable with this, I want to propose that we probably don't need number 8 here, since we already covered it in the prior goal. Since I was the one that proposed it. And I also want to add that I just can't shake the image in my head of a Lime scooter screaming down Salamo.
Mary?
Sorry, I have to stand up. I would like to add protecting Goal 5 wetland habitats.
Under what goal did you say?
They're actually designated. The Goal 5 is like it's in the city's. It's already in the city's language. It's not under. I'm sorry. I'm confusing things. We're not talking about goal number 5. These wetlands are called Goal 5 wetlands.
Oh.
So the only thing I see I feel is missing is discussion about our relationship with the Westland Wilsonville School District. And in the past, we have made that part of our priority because it plays such an important role within our communities. So many people move here because they're looking to have a home next to some of the outstanding schools that exist in Westland as well as Wilsonville.
And then Rory, I see your hands up as well.
Yeah, I had one suggestion in my notes I was going to bring up, which was we just passed a transient lodging tax and we don't have a hotel. So I don't know if there's a place in our goals to look at like where zoning opportunities to allow for a hotel is. I don't even know if a hotel is allowed in Westland right now, but I'm interested in trying to get incentivize a hotel to come in town if that's possible as a goal, just because when people come here now, they have to stay outside of our community, which doesn't make much sense. So I don't know where that would go, but that was something I wanted to throw out there. Forgot to bring it up earlier. I think it's a zoning issue from a city standpoint.
That's a good point, Rory. Thank you for bringing that up. And I also have in my notes that ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, funds can be used for tourism, travel, and hospitality.
Mary? I think we're in a different section now, but well, maybe not. Maybe under number 2, we've talked about an inner city shuttle or intercity. I don't actually know what the correct verbiage is because we've talked about using or partnering with Wilsonville's Smart Bus. But so it's either inner or inter or intra, I guess it would be inter or intra city shuttle. Anyway, sorry. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the city owns a little mini bus. I'm not really sure, or van, I've seen it up at the Adult Community Center. I don't know if it's currently used, but I'd love to explore that when we're back out of COVID restrictions, because I went up to the community center one day and to just talk to people who were using the community center, and there were some people who lamented that it was no longer in use for helping people get to and from the community center.
I'll just jump in and say, from what I understand, is that a significant portion of fundraising was done by the Adult Community Center Foundation or Friends of the Adult Community Center to purchase the van or vans. So I'm not sure who has access to them or not, but I haven't had that conversation in a few years, so we can definitely revisit it. I just don't want to step on anybody's toes, you know? I mean, if they've fundraised and bought them and they want to use them for their use, I really respect that.
Okay, Zach, do you want to scroll maybe to our last section? It looks like we've done some thinking already and putting some initiatives here, but just want to make sure we're getting everything. Mary, and then
Under number 6, I've had several people ask about zoning or permitting for food trucks. So just exploring that. Thank you.
great. Maybe we'll hear from Bill and then Todd.
My only other comment, and I'm not exactly sure where to couch this, is so we're known as the city of hills, trees, and rivers. I think we've addressed the rivers. I don't see any place where we've addressed trees, and we've had significant tree damage from the ice storms. So at some point, we're going to need to go back and assess our what we're doing to replace, replant, and potentially asking the council to include perhaps sidewalk repairs as a one-time cost basis as part of our emergency budgetary measures to help the community as well as allow us to qualify for the emergency dollars that we're building our pool of funds for.
Okay, great. Todd, did you want to comment as well?
Thank you. It's not about that particular topic. It's a new one, so I can wait if we're still in that one.
Okay, if we want to take then a pause, is there any other way that we can articulate trees or any discussion about this addition? Mary?
I also have heard some talk around pruning so cost of, somehow budgeting in pruning trees, because I've heard that a lot about as far as prevention and kind of resilience. And maybe we could even talk to PGE about the pruning.
Okay, great. Do we have any other thoughts or ideas on trees before we move to Todd?
Well, I'd just like to say that I think we need to talk to PGE more than just about pruning. We need to talk to PGE about putting our major utilities underground so that we don't have the type of interruption to service that we just experienced during this ice storm. I know that over the last 3 years, I've lost a freezer load of goods every year. So this is getting to be a regular thing where, due to climate change, we're experiencing issues, and the utility infrastructure system is not resilient enough in the current build state. So we need to motivate PGE to look at that, and I think our community deserves better service than what we're currently receiving.
Are we meeting with them Monday? I thought I saw that on the agenda at one point.
Yes, they are coming to do a presentation.
Oh, okay.
Great. Todd, do you want to bring up your comments now?
If you're ready for new ones, you bet. Oh, sorry, getting my hand thing. Okay, Zach, under number 2, please. In my early conversations with Shatrine at the Chamber and Rebecca at Main Street and John Williams and even a couple business leaders in the community, they are pleading to have someone that works for the city that's exclusively focused on supporting businesses. And so I'd like to put I don't know what I want to call it, but a dedicated position in the city to support businesses. It is way too much to ask of John Williams to try to have that on his plate on top of everything else that he does. So that's one. A second one is, if you'll scroll down, please, Zach. And again, not dedicated division. Go back to 2. I'm sorry. That makes it sound like an army. Just an individual. Thank you. And if you scroll down, please, to oh, there it is, number 6. And during my interview with you all, I mentioned this, but I'm exploring this idea of asking the organization that advocates for small businesses to see if they would be willing to pilot with us something that, if it's successful, maybe they could use with others. They're called NFIB, National Federation of Independent Businesses. But to ask them if they would literally do, for lack of a better term, an audit of our ordinances and codes, where they could say, here are some things you have that are hurting your local businesses. And, if they're willing to do this and use this as a pilot, that I hope would be at no cost, because it's a great boon of a service for them. Perhaps it's something they could do with others. And then the last thing that I wanted to add would be under number 5. I don't know that we've captured this anywhere else today, but I'd like to capture supporting the cultural center at Historic City Hall. And the reason I'm placing it here is it's my hope that if we can achieve that renovation and get that going, that it could serve a catalyst for some of the other things that we want to do along the waterfront, because it can kind of give people this vision for, you know, what the possibilities might be in turning this into a lovely place for our community to enjoy.
Mary?
And on that same, underneath that same goal, number 5, work with tribal, I can't think of contacts. I don't know. On that, but
Maybe partners?
partner, tribal partners, or yes.
Okay. So how are we feeling? Is this the end of this document, Zach, or do we need to scroll down a little more?
This is the last section.
Okay, so we have, we can go over a little bit. We have about 15 minutes left. And so I know that this is the beginning of the process, but I wonder, we can either hold space for you each to have sort of a couple minutes to run down ideas and reflect, or we can continue to toggle away at this and just sort of leave our last 5 minutes to talk about next steps. Mary, did you have a thought on that?
I just was noticing that it looks like maybe number 10 could tuck underneath number 4. Does anybody else think so? Or I don't know if someone wanted that to be a separate item, but.
Todd?
Thank you. Speaking of number 4, is it worth noting here the opportunity we'll have to implement the American Recovery Act funding?
I wonder if that's more administrative staff work. I mean, they could bring projects to us to approve, but I don't know. I'd be interested to hear what Jerry thinks on that.
That will be something that we'll be doing just because the funding's available, and we'll be looking at avenues that the money could be allocated and bring to council.
Mary?
I was just going to say, it's good to maybe have it here, even if we're not, like the council's not doing it themselves, just so people can see, like if this becomes the document the public's reading, oh, what did the council put in their list? That's a good thing to include, that we have our eyes on, I guess.
Todd?
Thank you. I want to clarify what was just said. I'm not sure I understood it. So the $5.4 million that's coming to the city, who decides how that's used?
Staff would work with council on that.
With public input. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay, do we have other thoughts on this, or should we go sort of back to the beginning of our document, see if there are edits? Todd?
It's a nitpicky thing, Zach. I'm sorry, but under 4B, take the P out. Thank you.
Great. So why don't we, if you're okay with it, why don't we scroll back up to the top and then let's just kind of take a look at it. Make sure we captured everything, see if you're having some lingering, ideas that you came in with, or things that you heard from staff, or things that we've heard in public input that are not captured here. And then let's sort of define our next steps for this. And then I guess as we're sort of silently scrolling, also be thinking about those questions that we developed through our equity discussion. Have we been intentional about disproportionate impacts? Or everyone in the room needs to be in the room? Okay, and this is the end, right, Zach? Okay, I know that was a lot to try and read through and digest. In our next bit of time, do you all have any lingering concerns about this list, or any lingering ideas that didn't get captured? No? Okay. If this feels like we've sort of hit the end of all of the initiatives we came to the table with, and we've captured the input that we received as well as the staff input that we received, I think that we have a really robust document here. In terms of next steps, I think you all have to vote on this, and like we said, this is going to be a living document. And so, Jerry, maybe I'll put to you how you want the council to, or maybe to you, Mayor Walters, how you want the council to come and revisit this document, and then move to vote. You know, what's the in-between step?
Mayor, yeah.
Oh, I was going to say we can have a work session where we look over it again and see where we can tighten it up or add to it or whatever, and then we can in a meeting vote to approve it. Does that sound acceptable? Jerry, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I there's a lot here. I'd like some time to chew on this. I think we all would, and I think there's some grouping that we might be able to do. Some of these I feel like might be tactics and strategies that we can group as part of a goal. But we just need some time to do that. I'd also love to just share this with the directors and come back to council with staff ideas, or maybe a little bit more staff explanation of where we are on things, so that we can prioritize accordingly too, and budget accordingly. So
Yeah, right. I think that's great. This is a very comprehensive list, and I do see some overlap. And so I think it can be tightened up a little bit without losing, the meat of it. And I know that Dylan's really good at that because he's done it before a couple of times. So maybe he can help us in our work session along with you and any other staffers that want to participate.
is that something that we could look at adding to an agenda on the 12th, or at least a revisit on the 12th? Does that seem logical? I don't know what the usual process is, but I'm just looking at the calendar. This upcoming Monday seems too soon.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. It probably, or we could work on it this Monday and then approve it next Monday. But it's pretty close. I don't think we're talking about an hour's worth of work. I think, we put it up on the screen, we can wordsmith it and tighten it up. But I do, while I'm talking, I just want to thank Jen and Zachary so much for helping us get through this. I mean, it's a tremendous amount of work, and dealing with everybody's, making sure everybody feels heard and participating, and you've done a great job. So thank you.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. It's really been our honor to be here with you. So thank you all. If that sounds like a next step plan for you all, I thought maybe we could just conclude by giving each council member just a space to say any last words or any reflections on the process before we end, and then have you go last, Mayor Walters, and conclude our meeting. Does that sound like a plan? Okay, great. So I'll just go on my order on my screen. It looks like I have Mary first.
Thank you. I'm just really grateful to participate in this process and for all of your help with this. Thank you.
Great. Rory?
I just want to thank you, Jen and Zachary. You two are exceptional facilitators. I feel just like the way we stuck to the agenda was just great. And I just feel excited about the list. It's a lot. I hope it's all attainable. I don't know if it's all attainable right immediately. I know it's not with the nature of government, but I'm just excited to be able to work on this. And I think this document really captures our priorities for the next couple of years, which is great.
Excellent. Bill?
Yeah, thanks everybody for your contributions. I think it's a very comprehensive list and a very worthwhile set of goals to achieve. And I'll look forward to hearing what the community has to say and to see if they have any additions, revisions, or suggestions on how we can continue to making West Linn the wonderful community that it is.
Great. Todd?
Thank you. I wanted to thank everyone, and Jen and Zach in particular, for your flexibility today. And yeah, I had this notion coming into our work that the city has all these things to do, and somehow I have to put it on my shoulders to do it all. And one of my takeaways today in listening to everyone is getting this appreciation for what the various individuals on the council are passionate about and care most about. And it's been this realization for me that a lot of things we need to work on, they're in good hands already. And so I'm just going to find the places to contribute where I can and support the work of everyone else the best I can. Thank you.
Great. And then Mayor Walters.
I was going to see if Jerry had anything he wanted to say in closing remarks.
After getting through this list, I'm really excited that I'm here. A lot of these things seem like things that I could jump into right away. And I also want to thank Jen and Zach. Like I've mentioned a couple times, new mayor, new councilors, new city manager, never being in the same room together. You guys did a tremendous job. Thank you so much.
Yes, I concur. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your help. I hope that you're available for us to reach back out to you if we have more questions or anything in the future on this work, or perhaps more different set of work. And I just want to thank everybody for being here. I'm really grateful for this council. I think that this is a great group, and I think everybody brings a lot of expertise with them to the table from separate places. So I'm just really grateful for that. So thank you very much. And I really was appreciative of how respectful everybody was in including everybody's ideas and thoughts. I think it's essential to feel that everybody's heard and is participating equally. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And Zach and Jen, go have a fantastic Saturday evening and a relaxing Sunday. And you too, Council, and Jerry and Kathy. Kathy, stop vacationing so hard, okay? And I'll see everybody on Monday. We're adjourned.